Chapter 619. Dongjue kicked him, but his brother-in-law dodged quickly. The fat man laughed angrily and said, "After talking for so long, you still haven't gotten to the point. Your sister is right. You've been reading military books to death. You don't know how to explore things other than military books." The captain was used to his brother-in-law's beating and scolding as a sign of affection. He smiled shamelessly and said, "General is wise and powerful. Please help me to explain it clearly." Dongjue smiled casually. At first, all the military towns near the border of northern Liang were quite conceited in terms of combat ability. They thought that they could fight the cavalry of northern Liang in a one-on-one battle openly without being at a disadvantage. Not only did the generals such as Honggu and think so, but the survivors of the central plateaus, the old and the young, also wanted to go back home to pay homage to their ancestors, or to miss the rich and comfortable environment in the south. Therefore, they secretly added fuel to the fire. When people gather firewood, the fire will burn brightly. First, the southern army looked down on the Beiliang army. Then, the entire southern imperial court became impetuous. It was inevitable that it affected the northern imperial court and Her Majesty's mentality. More or less, Her Majesty hurriedly attacked Beiliang because she felt that she could conquer Beiliang in one fell swoop. The captain hesitated for a moment and said, "Then let's fight. Since the Beiliang army can cause chaos in Longyao province with only the Longxiang army, we can obviously fight to the death. Our southern imperial court is so arrogant. If we really fight, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Why did the Beiliang send troops at this time? Could it be that I was right? Is the king of Beiliang really muddle-headed? Now that this battle has started, Longyao province is almost powerless to fight back. The Empress is so proud of the Suiwu fortress network that she created for the courier route has been smashed into a sieve. In the end, when the battle really started, we realized that we have encountered the ancestor of the courier route system, the king of Beiliang. There is no way we can play. In this way, our northern Mang will be even more cautious in the way we deploy our troops. If we spend a few more years to truly calm our hearts and not play any fancy tricks, instead earnestly building practical beacon and fire relay routes, wouldn't the northern Liang army have no hope of advancing north and withdraw south in peace? Dongjue slowly spat out 2 words. Time. The lieutenant was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What?" Dongjue stroked the body of the green spring spear on the side of the saddle and said softly, "Su Shao, this old and mighty king of Beiliang Mountain is waiting for the Beiliang heir apparent to have enough strength to pass away and take over the Beiliang army. However, in order to ensure that the young heir would not be at a disadvantage in the battle with Chen Jibao, Su Shao would have to exert himself for nothing. No matter what he did, it would be wrong. Secondly, Chen Jibao has a great innate advantage accumulated in the spring and autumn war. Thus, Su Shao has to slowly freeze Chen Jibao in these few years to buy time for his eldest son. If Bei Mang went south too quickly, even if he hurriedly helped the heir onto the throne, the Beiliang army would still lean toward Chen Jibao. In the end, probably only the great snow dragon riders, Longxiang, and Wei Xiong would remain under the Su banner. Speaking of which, in order to beat Bei Mang, using his second son to lead the Longxiang army was the king of Beiliang's only choice. Not only could he pave the way for his 2 sons, he could also justify himself on the mountain behind Chen Jibao. This time, he sent troops to Bei Mang and didn't use your direct subordinates to fill the hole. In the end, Su Zhao's table manners are very good. There is no reason for the Beiliang army to criticize him. Dongjue muttered to himself, "If it were me, I would do the same. Even if the entire Longxiang army was wiped out, I wouldn't feel any heartache. Being a general and being a commander, feeling heartache is not the same. Besides, the Longxiang army still has 2,000 soldiers left. After the war, when they are reorganized, they can casually pull out 8,000-strong cavalry. The strength of the Longxiang army won't be reduced by too much. Even if I use my butt to step on it, I know that these 8,000 soldiers are definitely some or a few of the people who will remain neutral when the king of Beiliang changes. They are the old elite soldiers in their hands. In this way, it is equivalent to the new king of Beiliang and Chen Jibao secretly changing sides. This kind of style is an open scheme that can't be read in military books." The lieutenant was stunned and muttered, That butcher has planned so far ahead, Dongjue said with a smile. Otherwise, do you think that Beiliang and Beimang and Liang are the three pillars of the tripartite balance? I heard that the Tidehark Pavilion in Beiliang Palace has a strategist called Li Yishan. Previously, he was underestimated by the important people of the two dynasties as only knowing how to govern. They said that, in terms of leading troops and planning, he cannot even compare to Zhao Chongling, the military strategist who died many years ago. In my view, this is all Li Yishan's concealment. This scholar is both strange and useful. He is someone worthy of my, Dongjue's, respect. Most of the credit for the 300,000 cavalry of the Beiliang army being able to maintain their strength for more than a decade and remain strong in a corner of the land is due to Li Yishan. If he dies, I am very curious who has the qualifications and ability to strategize for the new king of Beiliang. The lieutenant snickered and said, "Can't we have Zhu Li assassinate this person?" Dongjue slapped the Beimang scabbard hard on his brother-in-law's helmet. "I just told you the importance of open schemes, and you are thinking of such crooked ideas. You are really a stone in the latrine. I can't teach you." The lieutenant said in grievance, "General, aren't you famous in Beimang for your cunning?" For the first time, Dongjue did not say much. He mocked himself inside. "I am doing what I can." The lieutenant could not stand his brother-in-law's silence and asked curiously, "General, do you think that Butcher's second son will die after being stabbed in the heart? That person has the title of heart stealer in Zhu Li." Fatty Dong thought of the sword of the chief assassin of Zhu Li and said regretfully, "The style of that sword is terrible, but it is not enough to kill Su Longxiang." On the battlefield at the mouth of the gourd, White Bear Yuan Zuozong looked at the sword in Su Longxiang's chest and was furious. He was one of the top 3 generals in the army of the Liang dynasty. He knew the fierceness of this sword and could not pull it out. The sword was stabbed in the heart at first, but because of Su Longxiang's qi, it slid to the left side of his chest and stabbed in. Not only did the tip of the sword penetrate his chest, but when the sword left his hand, it was like a rootless willow branch that could be casually used as a shade. The sword aura grew luxuriantly in the black-clothed youth's body and continued to flourish. Even with Su Longxiang's physique, the blood in his chest only showed signs of stopping. Although Yuan Zuozong was furious, he was good at maintaining his composure. He gently gritted his teeth and remembered this assassin, the chief assassin of Zhu Li, who was known as the Heart Stealer. Su Longxiang asked the second question, "Do I have to go north to find my brother?" Yuan Zuozong felt sad and shook his head with a smile. "My foster father said he could go home when he reached the mouth of the gourd. His Royal Highness will soon return to Beiliang." Su Longxiang said, "Then I'll wait here." Yuan Zuozong said, "No need. My foster father told me that His Highness would not pass by here." Yuan Zuozong thought he could not persuade the young prince who was born with closed apertures. He did not expect that the young man in black only thought for a moment and nodded. Yuan Zuozong looked at the bloody battlefield and for the first time looked forward to the return of the eldest son of the general. Only then did he remember that Su Fengyan had actually gone out to travel 3 times. On the post-house road in Beiliang, willows rustled. A scholar was holding a little girl's hand. They had no horse to ride on, let alone hire a carriage. However, they were not in a hurry. The willows on the post-house road were thick and strong. They could withstand the sun while walking in the shade of the trees. They depended on each other for survival. They were happy for more than a year. They were born with a hard life and were not afraid of hardship. "Brother Chun, are we going to see young Master Su?" "Not necessarily. I have to travel all over Beiliang to know if I miss him or not. Of course, I don't know if he will see me or not. After all, he is the hereditary crown prince of Beiliang. He is not an ordinary person. Young Master Su is a good man. He helped me pick up money in the wishing pond. Later, he gave us a watermelon and stir-fried it with its skin. Brother Chun, didn't you say it was delicious? Good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things. It's hard to say." The little girl didn't understand either. She just smiled and said, "Oh." The scholar saw that no one was around. He secretly broke off a long willow branch and weaved it into a garland to put on the little girl's head. He once said that he would die as a civil official. He once gave General Su Gong the 6 matters of submission. He once shocked the world in Gangnam-do Baogua Temple's Tushui Tan Wang Ba. This was the poor scholar Chen Liangxi who had taken the little beggar to travel the north and south of the river. Back then, when Zhao Chongling saw the butcher Su Shao for the first time, he took 600 servant girls and family servants with him. In talent, Li Yishan was alone, and he was also in dire straits. Chapter 620. The second chapter is around 12 o'clock. There is a third chapter before dawn. More than 50 camels formed a line and moved forward with difficulty on the Gobi Desert. The members of the caravan wore silk masks and most of them were leading the camels. Only a slender figure was riding on a young camel. The person leading the camel was an old but still burly man. His attire was simple and refreshing. He was obviously the leader of the caravan. A large water sack made of lambskin was hanging on his waist. The person riding on the delicate soft saddle between the 2 camels always had some kind of question. Most of them were bold and unrestrained. Even the experienced old man was caught off guard and did not know how to answer. Along the way, they actually encountered 2 mirages that were hard to come by in a lifetime. Both mirages were rare scenes of an isolated island on the sea. Perhaps only the legendary hovering mountain of the Taoist sect could be comparable. The person riding the camel asked about the origin and authenticity of the mirages. The old man who cared about his reputation could only stammer. He was pestered until there was no way out. He had no choice but to change the topic and said some anecdotes of wild fox spirits that he heard. The person riding the camel said softly, "Grandpa Hong, will we reach the big city in the north after crossing the Gobi Desert?" The old man smiled and said, "Miss, there is still a way to go in this Gobi Desert. Remember the flaming mountain last time? It looked close, but it took us half a day to walk. The ancients said that a mountain would run a horse to death." The person on the camel back was actually a woman. She reached out and removed some of the silk scarves that blocked the yellow sand from entering her mouth. A pair of watery eyes that made people feel refreshed was revealed. She asked curiously, "Grandpa Hong, we don't have much water. Why did you give that scholar a sack of water? He said that he would give you money, but you didn't accept it." The sturdy old man with the surname Hong said softly, "When you're outside, it's always a good thing to be able to form good karma, no matter how big or small. Back then, when I was in trouble in the desert, it was Mrs. Grandfather who helped me. Otherwise, Hong Bai would be a skeleton under the yellow sand today. Besides, we don't have many water sacks with us. If we are really in trouble, we can still kill the camel to get water. At most, we will have 1 less camel's goods. Money is dead after all. Can't be compared to living people." The woman nodded and smiled. The old man praised sincerely, "Miss has a bodhisattva's heart since young. Good people will be rewarded. In the future, she will definitely be able to find a good match for her." This time, the woman who had snuck into the camel caravan asked again, "Grandpa Hong, I've read those novels about scholars and beauties that were printed in Jiangnan. Young ladies from noble families all fall in love with down-and-out scholars at first sight. I've never seen any woman go looking for a husband of equal social status. Why is that?" The old man felt a headache coming on. After holding it in for a long time, he said, "Young miss, you see, most of those scholars will also pass the imperial examination, return home in glory, and then grow old together with women. Young miss, when you read this kind of forbidden book, you can't only see the absurdity of the noble young ladies. Those young ladies have good taste. Tens of thousands of scholars go to the capital to take the imperial examination, like carps jumping over the dragon's gate, but only a few can jump over the dragon's gate, yet they have taken a fancy to them. The young miss in this manual has even more sinister taste than us businessmen who have been doing business for half of our lives. If the young miss unfortunately makes an error in judgment and gets on the wrong sedan chair to marry the wrong man, the author won't be happy to write the book." The young woman suddenly understood. She smiled with some shame and said, "In the past, when I stole forbidden books from my brothers, I only cared about watching them being intimate under the moonlight. I blushed and then forgot about it. I really didn't understand this principle. Fortunately, Grandpa Hong explained it clearly." The old man laughed and said, If a scholar and a beautiful woman can't reunite, then what kind of scholar and beautiful woman are they? Young miss, when you get married in the future, you have to live well. If you are bullied, Grandpa Hong will fight to be kicked out of the house by the old master to teach him a lesson. She shook her head and said, I don't want to get married. Father, mother, and brother treat me so well, that's enough. If in the future my husband has 3 wives and 4 concubines and indulges in debauchery, I will cry to death. Between Liangmang, other than the tea-horse road on the surface, there were also a few silk roads under the surface. Under the guise of all kinds of trade, most of the silk roads were bought by border merchants from Gangnam-do of the Liang dynasty and the old western Shu to sell to the nobles of the Beimang imperial court. The empress, who ruled the country strictly, was still somewhat humane and turned a blind eye to it. She did not ban those few silk roads. As long as there was a connection, it was a business with little capital and huge profits. However, it was a long journey of thousands of miles, and the money earned was hard-earned money. In the early days, many of the Silk Road merchants had died on the road. It was only in these years that Liang and Beimang were peaceful and the war stopped that the Silk Road ushered in its heyday. Because most of the silk was carried by camels, Gangnam-do had a lot of names like Camel Bridge and White Camel Bridge. This camel caravan belonged to a branch of the Tantai family of the Southern Dynasty. Tantai was a big surname, and a big family naturally had the spirit of a big family. However, to support the style, one had to rely on all kinds of ways to make money. The eldest branch of the Tantai family had always considered themselves as a scholarly family. A gentleman would stay away from the kitchen, and their 2 sleeves were very clean. Not to mention dealing with prostitution, the dirty and tiring work fell on the branch of the Tantai family. The Tantai family had many branches and leaves, and the old master had many children and grandchildren. He might not even remember half of their names and faces. The branch that Hong Bai belonged to was just a small branch. Otherwise, the young lady would not have dared to sneak into the camel caravan. This spoiled girl was called Tantai Changle. She yearned for the old western Shu of the Tantai family. Coincidentally, the caravan had thousands of mu of Shu mulberry trees in the old western Shu. When she entered Shu, it was the beautiful scenery of Sangro and the surrounding suburbs. She almost did not want to go home. After passing the border of Liangmang and going north along the Silk Road, it became more and more desolate and difficult to travel. Fortunately, she could bear the hardship and always found joy in the hardship, which made Hong Bai's burden much less. This Miss Tantai who grew up in the Vermilion Gate building always had inexplicable questions. This time, Hong Bai almost emptied his stomach of ink when he went south to the old Shu and north to the palace. In less than half a day, he would pass through the Gobi Desert and reach the edge of the imperial tent. When he returned home, the young lady probably would not have the time to ask why. At this time, Hong Bai was telling her about the origin of the Silk Road to Beiliang. He talked about the official robes of the Liang dynasty and then the robes of the titled madams. When he talked about this, the old man who had experienced many hardships also had a deep feeling. The official robes of the Southern dynasty evolved from the Central Plains during the spring and autumn period. For example, the madam's robes at the celebration court meeting were the 4th rank of the secondary class. It was true that a woman's status depended on her husband. Of course, there were also many women who obtained wealth because of their sons, especially those concubines in the imperial palace during the spring and autumn period. She tilted her head and asked, "But my father is a military general. Why is my mother's robe a bird's robe?" Hong Bai smiled and said, "Miss, this is particular. A woman's elegance is beautiful. She worships literature and does not worship martial arts. However, there really is a woman's official robe in the world. Perhaps it has never been seen before and will never be seen again." She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Whose is it?" Hong Bai led the camel and walked on the scorching saline alkali Gobi Desert. He smiled and said, "The king of Beiliang's imperial concubine's robe is a first-rank lion's robe. It is rumored that it is extremely gorgeous and can be said to be flawless. Even if it is hung together with the king of Beiliang's official robe, it does not lose the least bit of elegance." Chapter 621. Tantai Changle lived in the boudoir for a long time. In the end, She only liked women who were picturesque. She never asked about the change of dynasties. As for the concubines of the king of Baliang, she only heard that they died early and did not enjoy a few years of happiness. Hong Bai, on the other hand, was born in the marketplace and had traveled extensively. He had also encountered several opportunities that made ordinary people envious. When he was in the prime of his life, he had also made quite a name for himself in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. As for why he was wrapped up in the flood of scholars rushing north and why he was sheltered under someone else's roof in Tantai, it was probably some bitter story that could not be joked about. After he became docile, he stopped playing with swords and spears. Instead, he picked up the books that he hated when he was young and cultivated his mind. When the old man mentioned this princess, he spontaneously felt respect for her. He said softly, "This princess was the only female sword immortal in 300 years. She asked naturally, 'What is a sword immortal? Can one step on a sword and fly around?'" Hong Bai, who had not entered the second rank, did not know the profoundness of the land immortal realm. His straightforward personality did not allow the old man to make up nonsense. He could only say embarrassedly, "Probably." She turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. She was being kind and did not expose him. Hong Bai was a clever person. He blushed. Tantai Changle stopped smiling and asked, "Does our southern dynasty have any sword immortals?" Hong Bai shook his head and said, "I heard that there are more in the Liang dynasty. In the path of the sword, I have to admit that the swordsmen of the Central Plains have been more outstanding since ancient times. In the past, there was Li Chungang, the outstanding Jianghu talent of my generation. Now, there is the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. I think that in the future, there will be people from Liang. Beimang will not be the champion of the sword." The woman said with a fascinated expression, "Sword immortals. I really want to see them with my own eyes." Hong Bai could not refute her openly. He only laughed softly and said, "One sword can easily break a river or shake a mountain and destroy a city. It is better for us ordinary people not to see them." A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the temperamental god had been enraged and had suddenly become irritable. Those who had to beg for food from God, such as tenant farmers or shepherds, were most afraid of this. Tantai Changle didn't know the severity of the situation, but Hong Bai's face was already pale and dispirited. The old merchants in the caravan who walked the Silk Road all year round were the same. Tantai Changle looked up and saw that the line between heaven and earth was like black smoke, covering the sky and the sun. At noon, the sky gradually darkened like dusk. Walking in the thousands of miles of yellow sand, one was afraid of land dragons and water, and another was afraid of this kind of sandstorm. The former was relatively rare, while the latter usually occurred in spring. Now that summer had turned to autumn, how could such a terrible disaster happen for no reason? The key was that the sandstorm this time was particularly fierce. Looking at the terrifying momentum of the wind and sand in the distance, Hong Bai did not expect to encounter such a scale of sandstorm in the Gobi Desert. He made a prompt decision. The caravan had nowhere to retreat in the Gobi Desert, so he ordered the caravan to start killing the camels, skinning them and removing the internal organs. A camel skeleton was freed for the Tantai caravan to enter. More than 50 camels gathered in a pile and covered the gaps with camel skin. Perhaps they could escape this disaster. Usually, they could hide near the kneeling camels in a small sandstorm. But today, they did not dare to be careless in this huge sandstorm. Fortunately, the camel skeletons were large enough to squeeze 2 people. As for whether they could escape the sandstorm or not, it was up to fate. Hearing that they had to kill the camel to avoid the wind, the woman could not bear to part with the white camel she was riding. Her eyes were red from crying, and she was unwilling to take out her knife to kill and skin the camel. Hong Bai and the nimble members of the caravan did not care about the valuable goods. They quickly killed the camels that depended on each other and hurriedly removed the internal organs and stomach pouches. The sandstorm was close at hand. When they looked up, they could already see a black sand column as tall as a city wall coming from the northwest. It rolled up countless sand and stones, and the whistling sound was like thunder. Looking back, He saw that the miss was still looking at the white camel. The old man was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He did not care whether the miss would hold a grudge against him or not. He raised his knife and wanted to kill the camel for her. Just as the old man said, the goods carried by the caravan were valuable, but human lives were even more valuable. The caravan members were all elites of the Tantai silk trade. If anyone died, it would be a loss that the family could not make up for in a short time. Not to mention, Tantai Changle was the old master's most doted granddaughter. Even the old master liked her. If she died in this sandstorm, Hong Bai would not have the face to go back alive. Hong Bai shouted loudly, "Miss, you can't delay any longer." Her face was full of grievances. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked very pitiful. Hong Bai sighed in his heart. He raised his knife and walked towards the most beautiful white camel in the caravan. Tantai Changle turned her head. Although she could not bear it, she was not so insensible as to stop him. When she turned her head, she suddenly widened her bright eyes. She saw a scholar in a black robe with white undershirt floating towards her. She thought she was seeing things and blinked hard. In the blink of an eye, he brushed past her and came to Hong Bai's side. He pressed on the old man's arm. Hong Bai looked up with a blank face. The scholar who had borrowed a bag of water from the caravan shook his head, as if indicating that Hong Bai did not need to use the knife. When Hong Bai was hesitating, the scholar who had traveled for many years did not know what was good for him and continued to move forward. He floated for 5 or 6 feet in a flash. Tantai Changle was stunned. Wasn't he the scholar who did not have the strength to truss up a chicken? When she saw him pay for the water, she laughed in her heart that he did not know the dangers of traveling and dared to travel alone in the desert. At that time, she had a woman's thoughts that no one knew about. She only thought that such a handsome scholar like him should stay in a dilapidated ancient temple in the wilderness to study at night. Perhaps there would even be a fox immortal who would recommend herself to sleep with him. Fortunately, her face was covered with a silk scarf at that time, so no one saw her cheeks blushing. The scholar moved forward alone. He was only about 3 miles away from the black wall. A sword was unsheathed from the book chest. A red robe appeared out of nowhere and appeared next to the scholar. It was Su Fengyan. Other than the spring and autumn sword floating in the air half a mile away, the scholar also took out 12 flying swords, which spun rapidly around him and the red-robed otherworldly item. A large circular sword formation appeared out of thin air. The sword formation was made of black silk. The 12 flying swords were forged from time to time. Naturally, half of them were Yin swords. However, the morning dew golden thread and the other swords were Yang swords. If he wanted to form the formation as he wished, he had to borrow the otherworldly item's strength. The merchant only heard one word from the scholar. It was like a Taoist immortal speaking the truth, like a Buddhist chanting, "Rise!" Wherever the torrent reached, it was blocked by the sword formation. Only the front part of the sword formation was forced to rise. It was as if there was a black rainbow hanging in the air above everyone's head. It drew an arc in the air and then fell a few miles behind everyone. The Tantai camel caravan was completely in the middle of this strange phenomenon. Hong Bai was shocked beyond words. He could actually see with his own eyes that a swordsman could use human strength to fight against the heavens. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the black rainbow and the sand moved back together. The place where everyone was at return to normal. The scholar carrying the book was nowhere to be seen. The merchant caravan who had survived the disaster looked at each other in dismay. The woman looked forward in a daze. In Hong Bai's eyes, he vaguely remembered that in the Jianghu 50 years ago, there were also many women who looked at the sword-wielding green robe in a daze. When the sword was unsheathed, there was no injustice in the world. Hong Bai sighed softly. He's really likely Chungang. Chapter 6:22. 2 chapters are already 8,000 words. The next chapter is before 4 a.m. At dusk, Su Fengyan finally arrived at the source of the weak water at the border of Aquarius State. It was a verdant oasis, like a green pearl embedded in a yellow sand disk. It was a delightful sight. Su Fengyan washed his face by the green river at the edge of the oasis. The otherworldly item in the red robe was playing in the water like a koi. Before leaving Bailiang, he was informed that this place was heavily guarded. Not only was there a troop of 600 imperial cavalry stationed here, there were also many catchers and butterfly catchers under Shadow Prime Minister Li Mibi. They interweaved into a large spider web, led by a top assassin swordsman. They were not only to protect the old man, but also to monitor him closely. Whether it was the route he took to enjoy the scenery or the dishes he ate, everything had to be reported to his master Li Mibi. In addition to the old man's own forces, the two sides confronted each other and cooperated to resist the endless revenge assassination. However, in Su Fengnian's opinion, it was inconsistent with the information he received. The hidden forces were sparse, and the troop of 600 men stationed 10 miles away had been reduced to only 200. Su Fengnian washed his face with cold water and immediately felt relieved. No matter how stubborn the old man was in the eyes of Beimang, he had completely given up for 5 or 6 years and lived behind the scenes. His reputation was naturally not as feared as before. The situation in Beimang and Liang was the same. At first, it was mostly the south facing the north. If it was said that the king of the southern court, Huang Songpu, had made a good start as a general in the southern court, there was actually someone who had occupied a high position in the northern court as a remnant of the spring and autumn period. He could be said to be second only to one and above all. Back then, every time the empress went on a hunt and had a discussion with the officials, only this person could make the unruly nobles willingly submit to her. It could be said that it was this old man's credit that Beimang was able to smoothly implement the scholarly rule. The purpose of Su Fengnian's trip was to meet this old man who was regarded as the pillar of Beimang by the empress. Who would believe that the crown prince of Beimang, who was destined to be irreconcilable with the Bailiang, would walk thousands of miles just to throw himself into a trap? Su Fengnian chose this secluded spot near the water and was not in a hurry to enter the interior of the oasis. It was obvious that this was a Chimen Dun Jia formation. If he stepped in carelessly, he might be arrested as an assassin. Su Fengnian waited until dusk, but the otherworldly item in the red robe was still indifferent, as if it had nothing to worry about. Su Fengnian held his breath like an old monk in meditation. He remembered the camel-riding woman he met in the Gobi Desert half a year ago. He did not need to look at her face to know that she was a dragon lady. Otherwise, with Su Fengnian's current cultivation, he would not have shown himself to borrow water. As for the help he gave later, he did not think too much about it. It was nothing more than the kindness of the water, and he would repay it with a gushing spring. According to ancient books, every time this kind of mirage woman entered the ocean or the desert, a mirage would appear. The only difference was that she was a sea serpent or a sand serpent. The sea serpent belonged to the flood dragon, and its breath could form a building. It was different from Gonggong Dan's innate divine strength, and it was also different from Phoenix concubine Xiang, who was the mother of the world. Since ancient times, the Mirage Woman had been regarded as the key to finding the immortal mountain by the emperors who were seeking immortality. However, this illusion could not appear for no reason. After all, it had to have something to rely on. In previous dynasties, when the emperors sent necromancers out to sea to find the immortal mountain, there must be a dragon lady in the team. However, it was not known whether the dragon lady would become the key to becoming the emperor in the future. Su Fengnian was indifferent to it. It was not something that he, a prince whose position was in danger, could decide. How many people in the world could be as straightforward as the old man in the sheepskin fur coat when he was young? Most of the martial artists in Jianghu believed in the principle of observing more and doing less after suffering losses. One was Su Shao, who was famous in Jianghu, and the other was the Empress of Beimang, who was his lackey. They easily made all the Jianghu people in the two Jianghu helpless. Su Fengnian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the small path by the water. At the end of the path, there was an old man and a young boy coming together. The young boy had rosy lips and white teeth. He came riding a bamboo horse, looking naive and cute. He used a bamboo pole as his hip to dismount the horse and called out softly. The child was wearing a wide-sleeved Taoist robe. He looked natural, making people forget the vulgarity when they saw him. The old man beside the child had white hair and a beard. He was tall and had a scholar's head and a green robe. He had a natural air of elegance. The old man held the young boy's bamboo horse in one hand and 2 scriptures in the other. When he saw Su Fengnian, who did not hide his whereabouts, he did not seem surprised. He let go of the young boy's hand and waved at Su Fengnian with a smile as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Su Fengnian did not hide because he guessed the old man's identity. The former most powerful minister in Beimang's royal court, Su Huainan, was born in Liaodong. After careful consideration, he was actually a distant relative who was 1 generation older than Su Xiao. However, this kind of relationship was so distant that it could be ignored. Su Huainan had already arrived in Beimang before the scholars fled to the north. He became the chief strategist and meritorious official of the Murong clan's empress who usurped the throne. He was very knowledgeable and devoted all his life's learning to the Beimang court. When Liang first settled down, it attacked Beimang with great momentum. It was he who urged the empress, who had yet to sit firmly on the dragon throne, to go south and personally lead the troops. That was how the world was divided into the north and the south today. Liang's second expedition to the north was also because he, who had already retired from his post, came out of his thatched cottage and formulated a strategy that allowed the upstart Tuoba to defeat Liang's 3 fronts. He had been living in seclusion by the Ruoshui all these years. Nominally, he was a double-faced spy who sold military intelligence to both his left and right hands, which angered the empress. He had no choice but to resign from his post and leave the royal court. In reality, he was fully deserving of his title as a meritorious elder. Su Huainan's attitude towards the Murong clan differed greatly from the empress's and was disheartened. The so-called spy case that shocked the imperial court was just a way for both sides to take a step back. Looking at this old man who had once climbed to the top step by step and then slowly walked down the stairs, Su Fengnian couldn't help but have mixed feelings. The person in front of him was a powerful official who could be compared with Su Xiao in terms of fame and achievements. Su Fengnian respectfully bowed with his hands folded in front. The old man, who was in high spirits, walked closer and helped the Su family's descendant who had risked his life to stand up. After scrutinizing him for a while, he smiled with gratification and said, "This old man never thought that it would be you who would come to visit me. I even thought that it might be Su Xiao who came to visit me personally. This is really a big surprise. You're indeed a member of the Su family. I've said it a long time ago. Souls without courage and insight wouldn't dare to enter the womb of the Su family's daughter-in-law." Chapter 623. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Su Huainan touched the head of the young boy beside him and looked at the rippling river. He said softly, "Don't worry. There is a big movement at the border of Liangmang. I took away a very important Zhu Wang swordsman because I guessed that you would come, so I took the opportunity to transfer away most of the imperial cavalry. This place looks the most dangerous, but it is also the safest." During the Qingming festival, he killed Tao Qianji in the city of Lingqing. Later on, he had a fight with Tuoba Chunsun, making that little general who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth suffer in silence. Along the way, he conveniently killed the heart-sucking devil Xialing. In the city of Dunhuang, he attracted Deng Tea to draw his sword. It seems that he even had a grudge with the Princess Tomb on the other side of the Yellow River. "Young man, you have really opened this old man's eyes. At that time, I said that as long as you can reach Ruoshui alive, I will meet you no matter what. Come, let's sit down and talk." Su Huainan and Su Fengnian sat on the grass beside the river. The naive child suddenly became angry. He lifted his bamboo horse and was about to chop it into the water. The strong qi made Su Fengnian suffocate for a moment. The red-robed, otherworldly item jumped out of the water and also looked like it was about to overturn the river and the sea. Fortunately, Su Huainan held onto the green bamboo pole and shook his head. Only then did the child withdraw his qi and return to his naive and innocent expression. Seeing Su Fengnian's strange expression, the old man revealed some heavenly secrets. However, he did not reveal too much and smiled warmly. "I can't tell if it is the supreme supernatural power of Taoism's I Chi San Qing or the obscure method of severing 3 corpses on 10 continents. However, the one beside me must be a poor child. In these few years, the cottage has been deserted. The smart people who know how to cultivate in the public way like the cold stove have gradually lost their temper. Fortunately, I have this child to accompany me, so I don't feel old and boring. To the orthodox Taoism, the golden elixir of dragon and tiger had always been regarded as the only right way to achieve immortality. Talisman and external elixir were unorthodox, not to mention severing 3 corpses, a heretical method that was not recorded in any ancient books. Furthermore, Su Fengyan was not in the mood to get to the bottom of this small matter. It was only a little Taoist child, yet he was able to make the otherworldly item full of yin qi feel as if it was facing a great enemy. Wasn't Beimang too full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? If it was a year ago, I would have followed the agreement and helped Su Xiao plan the Mang annexation for Beiliang. After all, I can't be said to be loyal to the imperial court, nor do I have the hobby of being a minister under a woman's skirt. The reason why I became a dog who left his hometown and sold his country, and worked hard for the empress, was only because I held a grudge against the spring and autumn period in Liang. Since that was the case, I was happy to see Liang Mang make waves. This is more interesting than replaying a chess game. Of course, I am the same as Su Xiao, famous for being a terrible chess player. However, the Taiping decree of the Chess and Sword Music School is a genuine national player both on and off the chessboard. He traveled around Liang for more than 10 years and figured out the situation. This time, when he returned to the palace, he found the right remedy for the problem and played a big game. Black and white determined the universe, including Beimang, Liang, and Beiliang. My position as strategist was naturally replaced by this new imperial preceptor. All these years, I waited for the right price to sell and became a big joke. Su Fengyan, since the imperial court no longer has a place for me to use, what can I do even if I thicken my face and come back? Su Fengyan was silent. Su Huainan, who had a self-deprecating tone, didn't look at the young heir who had traveled over mountains and rivers to come here. Are you very disappointed? Su Fengyan nodded and said, If I say I'm not disappointed, I don't believe it myself. Su Huainan really did not beat around the bush. He slowly said, When I was born, my family was naturally filled with riches and honor. After I die, my entire family is destined to be executed in less than 10 years. Half of it is because I deliberately didn't restrain my clansmen and allowed them to break the law and commit crimes. When I was the prime minister of the northern courtyard, I deliberately had bad relations with the Yelu and Murong families for a long time. The other half is because the empress is a woman, and it is natural for women to hold grudges. Before she dies, she is fated to settle old debts with me. Even if she does not make things difficult for me, the next emperor of Beimang will make an example of my descendants. I think I have done right by my clansmen. For more than 30 years, I was like the sun in the sky, a glory and wealth that ordinary people cannot enjoy in several lifetimes. Only one person cannot die, or rather, cannot die so early. This is my compensation to Su Xiao for breaking my promise. Su Fengyan looked up in puzzlement. Su Huainan laughed softly and said, Back then, Su Xiao had Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan as his left and right arms. I am not an immortal and cannot give to the two of them. I can only give to you, the future king of Beiliang, one of them. If you trust him, then use him without worry. He was originally going to die of exhaustion before 40. The old man pointed at his head. I have taught this unremarkable concubine's grandson all the schemes and plots I have learned from reading history. Without needing Su Fengyan to ask, the old man smiled and said, He is already on his way to Beiliang. You will meet when you should. Su Fengyan was about to stand and give his thanks when the old man waved his hand and stopped him. I owe you and your father. This old man was able to rise up in Beimang without Su Xiao's help. Su Huainan suddenly smiled and said, I remember when I left home in my youth. My original intention was to become a Confucian scholar. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, I would read tens of thousands of books. It would be good if I could be a commentator. Who would have thought that I would reach this step today? Su Fengyan was speechless. Su Huainan patted Su Fengyan's shoulder and said amiably, In the future, the world will be decided by you youngsters. After sighing, the old man asked, I heard that you have a good grasp of the sword and the blade. Do you have a Bailiang blade? I would like to take a look. Su Fengyan shook his head and said, It's not good to bring a Bailiang blade to Beimang. I only have a spring thunder dagger. The old man slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I'm old and muddle-headed. There's no harm in a dagger. Su Fengyan took out the spring thunder dagger from his case. Su Huainan placed it on his knees and stared at it for a long time. This old man has no joy to speak of in life. He has no fear of death. The reason why he is patient and not dying is because he wants to give that grandson of his a future, and also because he has one less reason to die in peace. Since this old man owes Su Shao, he can no longer owe you. Moreover, this old man has also thought of a method that will not let anyone down. Su Huainan took out the spring thunder dagger and handed it to Su Fengyan. The smile on his weathered face was incomparably open-minded. Come. Cut off Su Huainan's head, put it in a bag, and return to Bailiang to be the king of Bailiang. Chapter 624. 3 chapters of 12,000 words have been uploaded. It could not be said that they had come in high spirits, but it was also hard to say that they had returned in disappointment. Su Fengyan was still dressed as a traveler with a backpack on his back. The red-robed, otherworldly item was still moving stealthily, but it now had an additional head that had died with a smile on its face. After traveling for 300 li, they saw 2 horses galloping toward the hut by the Ruoshui River. One of the men riding on the horse was handsome. He had the body of a northerner and the face of a southerner. When he saw Su Fengyan, his face immediately turned pale. He got off the horse and staggered towards Su Fengyan. He knelt on the ground and covered his heart with his hands. He clenched his teeth and choked with sobs. Su Fengyan was well aware of this, but he did not try to comfort him. With a cold face, he looked down at the son of a concubine whom Su Huainan had high hopes for. Such a cold and gloomy first meeting was really a killjoy. There was not the slightest bit of the atmosphere that was described in the history books where virtuous monarchs and famous ministers would regret not meeting each other earlier. The other horse was ridden by a young man who looked like a boy attendant. When he saw that his master was in such a daze, he also became extremely hostile towards Su Fengyan. The man had already turned 20 years old, but he was not yet 30. After losing his self-control for a moment, he restrained his expression and waved away the boy attendant's arm that was trying to support him. He stood up and asked the boy attendant to give him a horse. The master and the servant rode on the same horse. The 3 of them tacitly went to the south together. Along the way, they passed through the passes of various cities. The gentleman could hold hands and chat with the officers along the way, but he rarely called them brothers. After passing through half of the southern end of the Aquarius state, they went around the imperial court and were about to enter the Golden Toad state. They stopped at an inn in a small town on the border to rest. The 2 sides who were watching coldly from the sidelines finally had an open and honest conversation. The inn's business was poor. The large courtyard was only occupied by the 3 of them. The night was as cold as water. The boy attendant named Wang Mengshi squatted on the stone steps at the entrance of the courtyard and sighed at the stars in the sky. In the courtyard, there was a wooden table with a missing corner and a few broken bamboo chairs that would creak when one sat down. Su Beiji did not drink alcohol, but when he checked in, he specially bought a pot of wine from the inn. At this moment, he placed the pot in front of Su Fengyan, who was sitting opposite him. Watching him pour the wine into the porcelain cup, Su Beiji said calmly, "It is said that drinking muddy wine brings happiness. It seems that you and I are not fated to meet." Su Fengyan said calmly, "This name was given by your grandfather himself?" Su Beiji twitched the corner of his mouth. "It wasn't called this at first. When I was 6 years old, I was studying in the Su family's private school. Grandfather happened to pass by the window and called me in front of him. After a question and answer, he changed it to Beiji. Oranges are orange in the south and oranges in the north. In the past, I didn't know the meaning behind grandfather's name. Only now do I know that he wanted me to move south and change from oranges to oranges. Grandfather put in a lot of effort, and as his grandson, I can't let him down. I changed my name for 3 years. After I was 9 years old, I followed grandfather to study and copy history books. My relationship with my parents was indifferent. Perhaps His Royal Highness doesn't know, but grandfather has been paying attention to you for many years, especially from the time the king of Baliang refused to let you enter the capital to the 2 times you traveled. Grandfather spent a lot of manpower and resources to intercept first-hand information. I dare say that he was the first person in Beimang to guess your identity. At this point, Su Beiji's gaze turned towards the room where Su Fengyan was. The 5 fingers of the hand resting on his knee trembled. The hand on the table didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Su Beiji retracted his gaze after a moment. His tone was calm. Grandfather has had a knot in his heart all these years. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Naturally, the knot must be untied by the person who tied it. Compared to the king of Baliang, heir apparent personally going to Beimang is even more inconceivable. To tell you the truth, I once suggested that grandfather kill you before you even get close to Ruoshui. Since it's a dead knot, let's end it with one side dying. Su Fengyan smiled and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Su Beiji finally revealed a desolate expression. He lowered his head to look at the empty table in front of him. I just didn't expect that the dead knot would be replaced by his death. Grandfather said that even if he met you, there was a 50-50 chance of who would live and who would die. Su Fengyan lowered his head to drink his second cup of wine. He furrowed his brows without leaving a trace. Su Beiji pursed his lips and stared at Su Fengyan, who was slowly drinking his wine. He went straight to the point, almost interrogating him. Since you don't want to be the emperor, why did you come to Beimang? Why did you come to see my grandfather who didn't care about worldly affairs for many years? Which vassal king's legitimate eldest son is as crazy as you? So what if you handed over Baliang's military power to Chun Jibao? Su Fengyan glanced at him. He picked up an empty cup, poured a cup of wine, and slowly pushed it to the table. Su Beiji shook his head and didn't raise his cup. His expression paused, and there was a faint sob in his voice. He muttered to himself, "Yes, I don't drink, so I don't know the taste of wine." Su Fengyan then said, "This is my second trip back to Baliang. Before I came to Beimang, Su Xiao told me frankly the night before I left. The first time I went out with an old servant, a fat man called Chu Lushan sneaked behind me and secretly contacted no less than 50 former subordinates of Baliang. Whether Baliang's 300,000 iron cavalry rebelled or not was up to Su Xiao. He was born in a chaotic world, but he did not become a dog in a chaotic world." Su Xiao laughed and said that a dog in a hurry knew how to jump over a wall. He was a terrible chess player. If he was really dragged by the emperor to play chess, if he lost on the chessboard at most, he would flip over the chessboard and see who would be more hostile. The second time I openly traveled Jianghu, I only saw the tip of the iceberg of Baliang's hidden power. Afterwards, Su Xiao said that Chun Jibao couldn't afford this. When the 6 kingdoms of spring and autumn were conquered, Su Xiao was conferred the title of King of Baliang. Chun Jibao could have gone to Nanjiang and established his own family. He could have led nearly 80,000 soldiers of Baliang to the south and divided the land and territory, becoming the second king of Liang with a different surname. Since he rejected the current emperor of Zhao, he couldn't blame his stingy adoptive father for giving him a chance. In Baliang, each family has its own rules and the country has its own laws. Su Beiji was silent and deep in thought. After a long time, he murmured, "Qi is born from the broken." Su Fengyan changed the topic to a more leisurely one. He smiled and asked, "Can you tell me the identity of the young Taoist child? If I don't ask clearly, I'll feel uncomfortable." Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengyan, who was spinning the empty wine cup in his hand, and said frankly, "I don't know the secret behind it. I only know that 10 years ago, the young Taoist child came to the Su family. 10 years later, he still looks like a child." Su Fengyan clicked his tongue and said, "Doesn't that confirm that mysterious saying?" The two of them said the same word at the same time, immortality. After they blurted out this word, the two of them had different expressions. Su Fengyan hid his hostility, while Su Beiji was full of curiosity. Su Beiji had followed his grandfather to cultivate in the public service since he was a child. He was good at reading people's expressions. When he saw the clues revealed by Su Fengyan, He paid attention but didn't ask. He didn't expect Su Fengyan to tell him the truth. I have a grudge with an old bastard who hid in Mount Longhu and achieved immortality. If you really go to Bailiang and are willing to lower yourself to help him, you can just wait and watch. Su Beiji didn't continue the conversation. Su Fengyan stood up and said, "We're about to enter Golden Toad State. I'm afraid that with your grandfather's ability to infiltrate, it won't be as easy to travel there as it is in Aquarius State. Let's all rest early." Su Beiji wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't say anything until Su Fengyan turned around. When Su Fengyan walked a few steps away, he couldn't help but speak. His voice was hoarse. "Take my grandfather's head back to Bailiang. Only then can this trip be considered worthwhile." Su Fengyan, who had a scholarly face, stopped and turned to look at the scholar who was much more knowledgeable than him. Su Beiji clenched his fists and placed them on his lap. He didn't look at Su Fengyan. "I also know that my grandfather wants to help you increase your prestige in the army. After all, taking the head of the former king of the Northern Courtyard is more difficult than leading an army to destroy 100,000 Beimang soldiers. I just want to take a look. Just one look." Su Fengyan asked, "Su Beiji, don't you hate me?" The extremely elegant and calm man smiled sadly. "How dare I hate you? Do you want my grandfather to die with regrets?" Chapter 625. "Oh," Su Fengyan replied and turned around to leave. He said softly, "It's hard for you to see your grandfather. I buried him by the Ruoshui River." Su Beiji was stunned. In the dead of the night, the servant boy who had warmed up the steps with his buttocks was bored to death. When he heard the noise, he turned his head with a face full of disbelief. Not only did his master, who did not drink a drop of wine, not only raised his cup and drank all the wine in it, but he also seemed to be crying and smiling. He raised his head and picked up the remaining wine pot and poured it all down his throat. The middle-aged man, whose hands were longer than his knees, had once made the arrogant chess and sword music school's headmaster sweat profusely outside the gate of heaven of Tao Te sect. However, after such an ambitious and ruthless person left the Taoist temple for the Arctic tundra and crossed the Yellow River, there were no disturbances along the way. When he was near the upper reaches of the Yellow River, he didn't make any shocking moves like jumping across the river. He paid the boatman money and crossed the river on a raft. He was like a clay bodhisattva without any temper. It should be known that among all the martial artists in the world, Wang Xianji, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with. When she left the martial emperor city for the first time in almost 50 years, the Liang dynasty sent thousands of cavalrymen to keep an eye on her, fearing that this old guy who liked to call himself the second in the world would cause trouble. 2 dynasties and 2 Jianghu people believed that as long as this man and Wang Xianji joined hands, they could easily kill the remaining 8 of the 10 people in the world. It was enough to show how powerful this Beimang military god with the surname Tuoba was. If one thought that as long as one was a top martial artist, he would be the kind of fledgling in Jianghu who could shock the world with a fart, even if he met Tuoba face to face, he would probably be regarded as a layman in front of a real Buddha. Everyone in Beimang knew that Tuoba didn't believe in Buddhism, but he was close to Buddhism and far away from Taoism. Especially when he assisted the empress in the same dynasty as the state preceptor Immortal Qilin, they didn't even meet once in the past 20 years. It was like the vassal of the Liang dynasty, the archenemy of the Liang dynasty, was not allowed to see the other vassal. It was a calm day. Tuoba, who had been extremely valiant when he was young, walked down from the raft. His feet had barely touched the ferry when the surface of the Yellow River shook violently. It was as if there was a dragon at the bottom of the river. Frightened, the boatman tied the raft tightly and jumped ashore. He did not dare to fight for this small amount of money. The people waiting at the ferry only saw a blink of an eye before they realized that the previously living middle-aged man had disappeared without a trace. In the open space, the stern bodhisattva Tuoba saw an old Taoist. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and his Taoist robe fluttered in the absence of wind. He was truly like an immortal, possessing a rare immortal aura. Tuoba said calmly, "Imperial tutor, do you know that those who block me will die?" The old Taoist waved his horsetail whisk and smiled. "I am the imperial preceptor. The imperial preceptor is not me. It doesn't matter if I die or not. Tuoba said with disgust. Stop pretending. The next moment, it was as if thunder had exploded all over Tuoba's body. The originally short man had grown to 9 feet tall. His pair of ape-like long arms no longer appeared abrupt. A clay bodhisattva would be unable to protect himself when crossing the river. Tuoba crossed the river. Even the gods and Buddhas couldn't stop him. It was rumored that there was a floating mountain in the Taoist sect that was 6,000 feet above the ground. There were thousands of palaces on the mountain. Li Dongxin pulled up the river and flooded the Taoist sect. The water gushed out from the heavenly gate and washed the jade steps. The white-robed monk floated to the ground and walked into a narrow valley that was filled with green. When he reached the end, he was suddenly enlightened. The valley didn't have the majestic buildings that people imagined. There was only a Taoist temple built against the mountain. It was a circular plaza with a Taiji diagram carved on it. The yin and yang fishes were intertwined. The entire plaza seemed to have returned to its original state and was unusually simple. There were clouds and mist rising from the yin and yang fishes, reaching straight to the sky. The white-robed monk raised his head and looked. There were dozens of giant white storks that were different from the same species spiraling upwards. It was obvious that there were Taoists riding them. Their Taoist robes were long sleeves and made them look like immortals riding cranes. These Taoists from the Taoist sect were originally the wine-offering Taoists who stayed in the temple. Li Dongxin returned their greetings with the river and forced them to escape into the sky. In Li Dongxin's vision, other than the Taoists and the white storks, there was indeed a huge mountain floating in the sky. The Taoists rode on the white storks and floated up. A young Taoist floated down from the floating mountain that reached the clouds. This Taoist with a sword on his back landed at the intersection of the yin and yang fishes, guarding the pass alone. The Taoist looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was extremely masculine and had a feminine appearance. Li Dongxin took a glance and sneered, as expected of the Qilin spiritual master who has reached the sage realm. Your skills are really impressive. You even figured out the secret technique of the I Chi turning 3 pure ones. Why, do you want me to pluck out the 9 worms and cut off the 3 corpses? But what about the remaining 2 fake immortals? Aren't they going out to welcome the guests together? That was too petty of him. Now that the 3 sects have each produced a sage, let's not talk about my master. Even the Confucian sage Chao Chongqing is a distinguished person who dares to treat the palace as a toilet. You, the Beimang imperial advisor who hides your strength, is nothing compared to him. The seemingly young Taoist smiled warmly and said, Li Dongxin, who has no zen to speak of, also wants to be angry? I won't argue with you. I'll just stand here and wait. The Dragon Tree Monk has cultivated the unmovable zen through the Diamond Sutra. Since you insist on being fearful, I will not move today and let you do as you please. Li Dongxin simply responded with an, oh. He did not say anything else and stretched out his arms towards the direction of the hovering mountain. His white kasaya suddenly stuck to his tall and sturdy body. Then his feet sank and the ground was above his knees. The white-robed monk pulled down the entire hovering mountain. It suddenly pressed down on the young Taoist's head. Li Dongxin entered the heavenly gate alone and left the heavenly gate alone. He swept past nearly 1,000 steps and squatted on the ground to carry his master who was covered in gold. The few disciples of the Taoist sect's imperial advisor did not dare to stop him. The old monk was already on the verge of death. The old monk smiled and asked, You won the fight? The white-robed monk nodded. Disciple, is there a saying at the foot of the mountain that deep love does not live long? I don't know if it was right or wrong for me to agree to marry you back then. This is not a principle that a monk should say. Principles are not separated from the secular world. If it is reasonable, then it is reasonable. The Dharma is not necessarily the sentences in the Buddhist scriptures, and the sentences in the Buddhist scriptures are not necessarily the Dharma. East and west, north and south. Especially your daughter, she is very reasonable. If I could understand, I would willingly give her candied fruits. If I did not understand then, I would not give it to her in a hurry. Sometimes, I slowly thought it through and remembered to give her some food. My daughter even threw a tantrum and did not want it. Master, can you stop talking? You should go back to the temple and tell my daughter about these things. It's too late. Li Dongxin's figure once again flashed across the yellow river's surface like a white rainbow. It is difficult to understand the Dharma. There are many eminent monks in our 2 Zen temples who know more than your master. Many of them can even deal with the imperial court and the authorities. They are all carefree people. Master is really squatting in the latrine pit and not taking a shit. Sigh, I have been worried all these years. Fortunately, monks have shaved off 3,000 strands of worry. They are of the same generation as you, but they are less human than you. Since they have not become Buddhas, they are still human. You can't say that. It will hurt our friendship. Master, I am praising you. I know. I am just afraid that you will say it in front of others. You and I will not be able to get away with it. Master, it is rare for you to be so muddle-headed. Both North and South learned from you. Actually, to be honest, I am not afraid of annihilating Buddhism. I am not afraid of how many temples and scriptures are burned, or how many monks are chased away. What I am afraid of is that the Buddha's heart and Dharma will not last forever. Every Zen is still at Hinayana. Whether or not Hinayana can enter Mahayana in the future, I will not be able to see it. Master, I do not wish to see that day. As the master of North and South's master, I do not wish to see that day either. However, I can only say this to you. After saying this, the monk of the dragon tree, who was covered in dried gold, chanted Amitabha once before becoming silent. The white-robed monk, Li Dongxin, stopped. He tore off a section of his kasaya and tied it around his master. He closed his eyes and put his palms together before heading up to the 9 heavens. On this day, hundreds of Taoists and close to 10,000 devotees of the Tao Virtue sect looked up at the boundless Buddha's light. They all heard the chanting of the Diamond Sutra descending from the sky. On this day, thousands of devotees became devout Buddhists. Chapter 626. A rare guest visited the small village of Jingtu Mountain. As the owner, a man in white stood at the entrance of the village. When he saw the hunchbacked old man coming down from the carriage, he showed a rare smile of understanding. He quickly walked forward and respectfully called out, "Foster father." The old man nodded and looked around. He clicked his tongue and said, "I just found out that there is such a beautiful place on the border of Bailiang. If the old man's eldest son was here, he would definitely refute him by saying, 'What beautiful scenery! There isn't even half a stream. What kind of pretense is that?' In the eyes of outsiders, such a pair of tepid adopted father and son really couldn't be associated with the title of the Prince of Northern Liang and the Little Butcher. Those old people in the streets and alleys always mistakenly thought that once these 2 kings of hell met, they would always eat human flesh and drink human blood, shouting that they would kill tens of thousands of people the next day and so on. However, at this time, Su Xiao only asked about whether the supply of meat and vegetables in the manor was troublesome or not, and how to avoid the heat in the hot summer. Chen Jibao also smiled and answered one by one. This was the first time Su Xiao set foot in the small village. The servants in the village were used to living a short, stable, and comfortable life under the protection of Chen Jibao. Few people recognized Su Xiao's identity. Fortunately, Su Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to play with his identity. He did not care about the poor eyesight of the servants in the village. If it were a snobbish person like Li Gongda, the head of the new Bailiang Taoism, he would definitely want to cut out the eyes of the servants and feed them to the dogs. However, Chen Jibao was indifferent and did not even deliberately say a word. From the moment he entered the village and sat down in the shade of a willow tree, he did not reveal Su Xiao's identity. Outside the village, there were no tall trees or high walls. Under the willow trees, the father and son could see the endless yellow sand. A well-behaved maidservant brought in a basin of iced lychee. The ice cubes were all hammered down from the ice house. Lychee was a rare fruit that was said to only grow in the miasma of southern Xinjiang. Every once in a while it would be sent to the village. However, Chen Jibao rarely tasted it, so he distributed it to the servants. Imperceptibly, the young girls in the village had raised their small mouths to be extremely crafty. Their vision and speech were also arrogant. Occasionally they would go out to the village to play, take a stroll in the spring, or enjoy the lanterns. Not to mention the daughters of small families in the nearby provinces and counties. Even the daughters of noble families would feel ashamed of their inferiority when they bumped into these maidservants, who were supposed to have a lowly status. It was not as if the old steward of the village had never mentioned to the general that he had to worry about the trifles of the village. However, his good-natured master dismissed it with a laugh every time, so the matter was left unsettled. When the old steward privately chatted with the young men and girls in the village, he would never forget to remind them that their general was extremely strict in his management of the army. They had good fortune. If they had gone to the Bailiang army, they would have been skinned alive a long time ago. They had never seen the general angry, especially the young girls, who would always laugh and say that they were willing to be beaten to death by the general. The old steward, who had retired from the Bailiang army, felt helpless, but at the same time, he was gratified and happy. After lecturing them with a stern face, he turned around and smiled brightly, thinking that it was the great fortune of the servants. Su Xiao picked up a lychee, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. He asked the delicate servant girl who was unwilling to leave immediately, "Young girl, how old are you?" The servant girl had been peeking at the general with all her might, but she was startled by the old man's question. The village rarely had guests, and she could not guess the identity of this old man. She could not guess whether he was a current general in the Bailiang army or a provincial official. She only felt that he looked amiable and amiable. Besides, no matter how high the official's hat was, he would not dare to behave atrociously in the village under the general's name. She did not have any stage fright and quickly smiled and said, "In response to Uncle's question, after the new year, I will be 16. Su Xiao swallowed the lychee and did not spit out the seed. He laughed loudly and said, "Then do you have a sweetheart? If you do, have your General Chun be the matchmaker." The beautiful girl with an oval face was shy. She deliberately put on some light rouge and face powder and said shyly, "No." Chen Zhibao was obviously in a very good mood. For the first time, he joked, "Lu Ci, if you have a sweetheart, I will be the matchmaker for you." The young servant girl, whose heart was in the general's hands, did not know how to hide her emotions. She thought that the general was going to drive her out of the village, and her eyes suddenly became wet. She did not dare to show it in front of the guests, so she just looked like she was about to cry. Su Xiao felt that his young girl was lively, and laughed loudly. Chun Zhibao shook his head and smiled. The servant girl named Lu Ci did not know how to react to the two's laughter, but she was not embarrassed. Her eyebrows relaxed, and a smile reappeared. After Su Xiao laughed, he seemed to want to test her. He picked up a plump lychee and asked, "Lu Ci, do you know what this is?" The 16-year-old girl, Lu Xiangyi, who was standing under the willow tree, smiled and replied, "Lychees." Su Xiao nodded. "I heard that a lychee without a branch changes color one day, loses its fragrance 2 days, and loses its flavor 3 days later. After 4 or 5 days, it will lose its color, fragrance, and smell. After half a year, it will be even more disgusting. It is not even comparable to the watermelons that cost a few coins a caddy in Bailiang. Lizzie, this is a good name. It is ironed well. Only a scholar can think of such a good name." The servant girl, who was afraid that the guests would look down on the village, quickly retorted, "Uncle, our lychees are very fresh." Chun Zhibao did not say a word. He waved his hand, and the servant girl did not dare to act rashly. She obediently retreated, but there was still some childish indignation on her face. Chun Zhibao waited for her to leave before he slowly said, "Back in the day, foster father single-handedly built the Southern Courier Road. Apart from the transportation of red sandalwood, yellow flower, and other tributes, such as lychees and exotic delicacies, it is still considered smooth and unimpeded. The rest is not worth mentioning. If it were not for Zhang Julu personally supervising the fire of peace, the fire of beacon would have been almost completely abandoned." Su Xiao glanced at the fresh lychees in the ice tray and smiled. Being prepared for danger in times of peace is as difficult as being content with what you have. Chun Zhibao suddenly said, "Foster father, this year on New Year's Eve, Do you want to come to this little village with His Royal Highness for a New Year's Eve dinner? I will personally cook a few dishes that I specialize in. Su Xiao mischievously said, In the end, you just want Wei Xiong to eat your dishes, right? Chen Zhibao smiled helplessly. The sunset in Beiliang was 3 hours later than in the south. But no matter how late it would still set. Father and son gazed at the sunset in the west. Su Xiao was touched by the scene and said softly, It has been hard on you these past few years. Chen Zhibao was about to speak when Su Xiao smiled and asked, How was it that you fought 2 rounds in a row with the founder of the chess and sword music school and the martial prodigy Hong Jingyan? Chen Zhibao smiled and said, Although the outside world says it is amazing, in reality, I did not fight to the death with them, so I did not have the opportunity to use that stick of plum wine. The famous general in white frowned and said, That Hong Jingyan is a character. That battle with me was just a method for him to build up his reputation. In the future, when he enters the army from the Jianghu, he is destined to be a great enemy of Beiliang. Su Xiao rubbed his hands and said with emotion, Beimang is full of talents. It was inevitable that one would have supporters in the army when leading an army to war. However, Chen Zhibao had never heard of any cliques in Beiliang's political circle. Whether it was Li Gongda, an old glutton in the officialdom who took advantage of every opportunity, or Yan Jieshi, the governor of Beiliang who had a high reputation but later betrayed Beiliang, or even many scholars and refined scholars, Chen Zhibao ignored them all. When he left the army and came to the quiet and secluded village, he closed the door and refused to see anyone, let alone take the initiative to make friends with anyone. It could be said that not a single flaw could be found in Chen Zhibao, the adopted son of a butcher. In private, he was even more indifferent and had no desires. Such a person with a perfect personality was worthy of heartfelt admiration, but also made some people feel even more fearful. Chen Zhibao looked at the sky and whispered, Foster father, the weather is cold. Su Xiao nodded and stood up. He shook his head and said, I'm really old. Chen Zhibao had welcomed Su Xiao at the entrance of the village and even walked him out of the village. When Su Xiao sat in the carriage, the man in white still stood there and did not leave for a long time. After General Gu Jiantang took charge of the border, the entire army at the border suddenly became solemn. However, there were wild rumors in the border army that the general, who was known for his meticulous management of the army, had taken in a sloppy person as his adopted son. In the Liang dynasty, Gu Jiantang, who had destroyed 2 countries, had a military merit that was second only to the infamous king of Beiliang. Furthermore, General Gu's reputation did not lose out to any famous scholar. He treated his soldiers like his own children and treated them with respect. He used the army like a god. Inside and outside of the court, there were many good things to say about him. Even Gu Jiantang's many wives and concubines, who were as beautiful as fairies, became a fairy tale. His eldest son, Gu Donghai, and his second son, Gu Shishan, both joined the army at a young age and did not bring disgrace to the great General Gu's reputation. Their military exploits were outstanding, and their achievements far surpassed those of their peers. What was not easy was that they drew a clear line with the capital's playboys. They did not interact with each other and never once drank wine together. Compared to the king of Beiliang, this general only had a disadvantage in terms of age. In the future, his advantage would also be age. How could he let a slut surnamed Yuan into his family? This puzzled many people. Yuan Tingshan, who was used to being a stray dog and a rat crossing the street, believed more than anyone else that he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, even though he had become the half-adopted son of Gu Jiantang, the head of the world's machete men, he only felt that it was natural and had no awareness that he should be extremely lucky. He had almost lost his life in the Baogua Temple in Gangnam-do. Under the sword chi of the young martial granduncle, he fled to the northern region in one breath. Although he still had some lingering fear when he thought about it, he often woke up from nightmares and was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat as if he had fallen into a water tank. He held the knife that was used as a pillow and was about to kill someone. However, this fear not only did not make this low-ranking foreign minister of Mount Hui discouraged, but he also became more and more desperate to practice martial arts. After receiving the secret manuals from the old immortals in Longhu Mountain, his realm skyrocketed. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had traveled 1,000 miles a day. Chapter 6:27. He recklessly went to challenge Gu Jiantang to a duel. After killing 80 people, he was captured by the hundreds of elite soldiers under the Grand General's command. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Gu Jiantang agreed to spar with him on the training field. The Grand General was barehanded, while Yuan Tingshan used his saber. In the end, the Grand General was holding the saber with only 2 fingers. Yuan Tingshan exerted all of his strength, but was still unable to pull the saber out from between his fingers. He was even kicked in the stomach by Gu Jiantang. He was treated like a dog that only knew how to bark and not bite and was thrown out of the camp. Unexpectedly, after 10 days, Yuan Tingshan, who had been on the verge of death, once again charged into the camp. This time, Gu Jiantang did not personally make a move. He only let his second son, Gu Shishan, and Yuan Tingshan both fight barehanded. As a result, Gu Shishan was almost strangled to death by Yuan Tingshan, who did not know how to control his strength. Gu Donghai took off his saber and picked up 2 ordinary standard sabers from the weapon rack before walking into the training field. He kept one for himself and threw the other to Yuan Tingshan. The 2 of them fought fiercely for more than 100 rounds. One of Yuan Tingshan's arms was almost chopped off. He grinned and said that he admitted defeat. After the battle, he did not forget to shake his arm and take away the military saber that was very good for him. A month later, Yuan Tingshan began to charge into the camp for the 3rd time. This time, he received the nickname of Mangy Dog. This time, Yuan Tingshan slashed Gu Donghai's body more than 10 times. Fortunately, he did not kill him this time. He only caused the Grand General's eldest son to be seriously injured but not fatal. Yuan Tingshan, who was possessed by the devil, pointed the tip of his saber at the Grand General sitting on the high platform and shouted, "Old man Gu, if you have the ability, chop me to death today. Otherwise, sooner or later I will replace you." From then on, the mangy dog that was not chopped to death by the Grand General became a well-known mad dog at the border. Later on, this vicious and unkillable young mad dog caught the eye of the Grand General's youngest daughter for no reason. It was obvious that Yuan Tingshan was not only an adopted son, but also half a son-in-law of the Gu family. Currently, Yuan Tingshan didn't have any real military power. He was only a secondary-class 6th-rank official. In the past year, he had relied on the banner of the Great General to recruit over 100 stragglers from the Jianghu. For the past half a year, he had been provoking the sects at the border. He had a domineering attitude of "those who submit to me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish." Great General Gu didn't pay any attention to this. Almost all the 2nd and 3rd-class sects at the border had been harassed by Yuan Tingshan. Among them, several unyielding and rigid sects were directly slaughtered by Yuan Tingshan. Occasionally, he would leave behind some women and children. Mad Dog Yuan Tingshan killed people without batting an eyelid. He didn't do anything despicable like kidnapping women and occupying women. This time, Yuan Tingshan once again wiped out a small sect of 100 that didn't know when to advance or retreat. Just like before, he didn't leave even a chicken or a dog alive. During this time, there was a valiant henchman who couldn't hold back his thirst. When he saw a beautiful woman, he took off his pants and pressed her on the table. Just as he wanted to have sex with her, he was seen by Yuan Tingshan. With a single slash, he ended the lives of both the unlucky man and the innocent woman. There was a woman who secretly followed Yuan Tingshan through the Jianghu in high spirits. When they rode back to the military town, she turned around to look at the playful man lying on the back of the horse. She asked softly, "You should have just killed that pervert. Why did you kill that woman as well?" Yuan Tingshan said coldly, "The woman's chastity is gone. Living is just a torture." The woman said softly, "Maybe she's actually willing to live?" Yuan Tingshan said unhappily, "That's none of my business." The woman still wanted to say something, but Yuan Tingshan said impatiently, "Don't nag me. You haven't even married into my family, and you already think you're my wife." The woman who was born in the dynasty was being reprimanded by a man who was just a brute not long ago. She actually didn't get angry and only stuck out her tongue. Yuan Tingshan was unsettled. He sat up straight and said with a smile, "Oh right. Where did you talk about the soldier training records written by your father?" Gu Beihu, who was the youngest daughter of General Gu Jiantang, became interested and said, "We're about to talk about the 19 matters of marching." Yuan Tingshan rolled his eyes and said, "Marching? I know that too. Isn't the essence of it all about speed? Look at my subordinates. They ride fast, attack fast, kill fast, and steal even faster. Of course, when they see that the situation is not right, they're the fastest to escape." Gu Beihu, who was famous in the capital for being unruly and difficult to please, was abnormally docile and obedient in front of Yuan Tingshan. She covered her mouth and laughed, then said seriously, "Marching isn't that simple. Not only is my father familiar with the books of the military, he also studied the vagrant bandits of the spring and autumn period who were good at marching. My father told me that although these bandits weren't part of the general trend, their specialty was in the word flow. They were good at marching, and each camp had thousands or tens of thousands of troops. They also had the old and the weak in the middle and the elite in the outside. When they moved, they had scouts scouting from afar. When they stopped, they had horses and supplies. Furthermore, my father greatly admired Lu Shengxiang's 1,000 cavalry entering Luzhou on a snowy night, as well as Chu Lushan's lone army entering Shu. He often compared these victories to maps and records. Let's not talk about other things. Just the maps and records alone. Generally, in the military, maps and records are handled by a subordinate of the Ministry of War. Before a battle, they would go to the bureau to ask for them. However, in the military, before every border, there would always be a detailed map on his desk. During the Spring and Autumn War, my father personally destroyed 2 countries. When he entered the imperial palace, the first thing he took was not those beautiful concubines or gold treasures, but the map of the country. From this, he could tell how many cities there were in a country and how much taxes there were. She imitated the tone of a general and smiled like an old man. "All the details of a country are in my hands." Gu Beihu spoke with great interest, but Yuan Tingshan listened until he was drowsy. She had originally wanted to talk about the 19 matters of marching in detail, but seeing that the man who was full of admiration had no desire to listen, she could only resentfully give up. Yuan Tingshan suddenly said, "Hey, it's a flat land." Gu Beihu glared at Yuan Tingshan, who spoke without thinking, and then quickly lowered her head to look at her flat chest. She felt wronged. She did not expect Yuan Tingshan to say something like the sun rising from the west. "I've thought about it. Your chest is a bit small, but you're still a good wife. As long as you're not jealous, marrying you as a mistress in the future is actually not bad." Gu Beihu's spirits were instantly high. Unfortunately, Yuan Tingshan poured a bucket of cold water on her head. "I'll say the ugly words first. In the future, I'll definitely take a beauty as a concubine. If a man doesn't lack money, it's not right to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's really not right. I've lived in vain." Gu Beihu whispered, "Don't even think about it. If you dare take a slut home, I'll beat one to death. If 2 come, I'll poison a pair. If 3 come, I'll go back to my parents' home and tell my father." Yuan Tingshan held his belly and laughed. Gu Beihu saw that he was happy, so she was also happy. Her mother seemed to have said that this was a woman's love. Yuan Tingshan lowered his head and reached out to touch the plain scabbard of the standard saber. He raised his head and said, "My parents died in the turmoil of war, and I don't even know where they are buried. I only have one master in my entire life. Although his martial arts were sloppy, he treated me well. A master for a day is a father for life. At least I know where the old man's grave is. If you want to marry me, you can go to the grave with me and kowtow a few times. That old man was addicted to wine, so when you go there, bring some good wine." Gu Beihu, do you think that the dignified daughter of a great general is degrading herself by doing this kind of thing? The woman bit her lips and shook her head. Yuan Tingshan grinned. He squeezed the horse's belly and approached her. His calloused hand rubbed her black hair. Governor Li Gongda, who was originally the second-in-command of a province, had become the second-in-command of the entire northern Liang Path in name. As an official, he had already reached a high level of not showing his emotions on his face. However, after he sent a letter home to a second-rank official, he was already grinning from ear to ear. He caught all the servants in the mansion and rewarded them with silver. The steward who carried the silver behind him had thin arms and legs to begin with, so his arms were almost broken from exhaustion. Master Li's ability to scrape the land was second to none in the Liang dynasty. Giving out money? It was rare. The administrator wandered slowly in the garden of the mansion. The stout old man, who usually complained that he was tired after walking a few more steps, had probably walked dozens of miles today, but he was still in high spirits. Without turning his head, he smiled at the steward and said, "Lin Wang, this time I've gained face. My precious son is so promising." Not to mention that he became a crossbowman, 1 in 10,000. This time he went to northern Mang and killed countless northern barbarians. This kind of military merit can't be found even in the whole of northern Liang, let alone in Feng province. What do you think of my son Hanlin? Is he a dragon among men? The old steward named Lin Wang didn't dare to say no. He thought that his master had said this dozens of times, but he still had to flatter him with a righteous tone. Yes, yes, yes. Master, you're right. If the young master is not a dragon among men, no one in Beiliang can be worthy of this title. However, the old steward, who was used to seeing the young master cause trouble in Feng province, was really shocked. The master's ancestral grave was really smoking. The young master, who was not good at literature but good at martial arts, had become outstanding in less than 2 years after entering the Beiliang army. Li Gongda frowned and said, "You're not being particular. Of course, besides the 2 princes, it's my son's turn." Lin Wang quickly smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 628. In Beiliang, it was said that the administrator had 3 meetings and 3 meetings. The third meeting was that he would steer according to the wind, be greedy for money, and be aroused by women. The third meeting was that he would not act until he saw the hair, would not shed tears until he saw the coffin, and would not kneel until he saw Prince Liang. The knowledge in this matter was not great, but it was not small either. In any case, the benevolent had their own views, and the wise had their own views. There were many snobbish people in the northern Liang officialdom who considered themselves to be the disciples and grand-disciples of Lord Li, the official. When the servant girls heard that the ruthless young master was about to return home with illustrious military achievements, they were not only skeptical, but also fearful of the impending disaster. Since Li Gongda refused to kneel before Prince Liang, and even dared to disregard imperial edicts several times, throwing them away as soon as he received them, it was easy to imagine how perverse this powerful border official was. Like father, like son. Before Li Hanlin joined the army, as Li Gongda's son and the crown prince's friend, he was worthy of his reputation as a dandy. If it weren't for the 2 golden tokens that allowed him to avoid death, he would have been dragged out and hacked to pieces a long time ago. Master, 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 master. Master has ridden into the city. A gatekeeper hurriedly ran into the garden, shouting. Coincidentally, he fell flat on his face, which made his loyalty even more commendable. The chief steward behind the administrator saw this and curled his lips in disdain. Li Gongda's old face was full of smiles. He coughed a few times and ordered the chief steward, "Lin Wang, go and inform the mistress." For riders entered the city, and after entering the city, they reined in their horses and moved slowly. They were led by Li Hanlin, followed by Lu Do, Li Shiyue, and an ordinary crossbowman named Fang Hutu. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He looked fierce, but his temperament was the most gentle of the 4. Before the 4 riders entered the city, they first went to Ma Jinzhai, who had died in the battle at the Ladder Mountain. They personally delivered the compensation to his family. Ma Jinzhai was not the only one. Almost 80 to 90% of the 50 men who had died in Beimang had died. The 4 of them went to visit the homes of the chiefs and brothers who had died in the battle. There was still half a day of vacation left. They had agreed to stay at Li Hanlin's place for a few days, but Li October said that the main event was still to go to his place to eat and drink. He would not stop until he had gained a few pounds of autumn fat. His father was once a crossbowman of Bailiang and had just been promoted to sergeant. He had always thought that Li Hanlin was just a disciple from an ordinary family. When October Li saw the intimidating administrator's mansion, and saw the old man, who was solemnly dressed in the second-rank civil official's make-up uniform, holding the new chief's hand and weeping on the street in spite of his official prestige, October Li was somewhat stunned. A woman wearing the title of a lady was crying as she hugged Li Hanlin. Her heart ached terribly. Fong Hutu was slow to realize that a servant had already taken his horse away after he dismounted. He then nudged Li October with his elbow and asked carefully, "October, the chief's father is also an official. Why is he older than your father?" Li October laughed and scolded softly, "You fool! This is the chief administrator of Bailiang, second rank. Do you think he's older or not? My father is far from it. Motherf asterisk Kerr, the chief is not honest." At first, I was wondering why the chief had the same name as Li Hanlin, the villain of Fengzhou. It turns out that they are the same person. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Fortunately, I originally planned to introduce my sister to Ludo. If it were our chief, my sister would be scared half to death. In addition to the trusted aides of the administrator, there was also an extremely beautiful woman standing next to Li Gongda. She looked somewhat similar to Li Hanlin, but perhaps because her eyes were naturally cold, they made her, who had a pair of charming eyes, seem a little unapproachable. When she saw her younger brother, who had always made her worry since he was a child, no matter how cold her temperament was, she quietly cried and pinched Li Hanlin hard with her eyes red. Bailiang women were mostly heroic, but there were also a few who were outstandingly beautiful. Yan Dongwu was known for his talent in Bailiang, and Li Hanlin's sister, Li Fujian, purely used her beauty to move people's hearts. Su Fengyan, as the heir and close friends with Li Hanlin and Yan Qiji, could be said to be in a favorable position. Unfortunately, he had always been at odds with Yan Dongwu. As for Li Fujian, who had nothing special other than her beauty, it was strange to say that she actually looked down on Su Fengyan from the bottom of her heart more than Yan Dongwu. The former would even say a few harsh words to the heir when he was angry, but Li Fujian refused to even look at him. 2 years ago, she had been possessed and fell in love at first sight with a poor scholar. At that time, Li Hanlin was secretly resentful of the heir's lack of loyalty and went out to travel without telling her. Chapter 629. Li Hanlin originally wanted to secretly kill that bastard who dared to steal his sister from the heir, but he could not do anything about his sister being stubborn and refusing to eat. She said that if he died, she would die. She wanted to be a pair of lovebirds. After much persuasion, he finally persuaded her. Li Hanlin did not dare to kill that fellow and secretly made things difficult for him. God knew that the more the scholar was defeated, the braver he became. Even Li Gongda, who was still the provincial governor of Feng province at the time, had a whole new level of respect for him. He privately weighed the pros and cons with his wife and thought that it would be better to let him go than to block him. It was better to treat him like raising a dog to guard the door outside. After a few operations, he first raised the scholar's family rank, and then had him become a minor official. When Li Gongda became the administrator, his chickens and dogs rose to the heavens. The scholar also went from being a minor official to an official. Officials and officials, the difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Gongda, who was still the provincial governor of Feng province at the time, had a whole new level of respect for him. He privately weighed the pros and cons with his wife and thought that it would be better to let him go than to block him. He thought of it as raising a dog to guard the door outside. After a few operations, he first raised the scholar's family rank, and then had him become a minor official. When Li Gongda became the administrator, his chickens and dogs rose to the heavens. The scholar also went from being a minor official to an official. Officials and officials, the difference of one word was like heaven and earth. Later on, when Su Fengyan returned from his travels, he left Liangzhou on his white horse. Since then, he no longer had any contact with this woman, who did not like men's appearance and only liked talent and learning. She was happy that she did not see. Her heart did not feel troubled. She wished that the heir would never return to the Li mansion for the rest of his life. The crossbowman who had gone through fire and water with him strode into the mansion. Li October and the other two did not flinch. Li Gongda, who had long cultivated a pair of discerning eyes, was very good at reading people. Seeing them, not only was he not angry, he was very gratified. In the end, the military could train people. These brothers that his son had made friends with would be the backbone of Bailiang in the future. Li Hanlin greeted the elders of the mansion. After bathing and changing his clothes, he ate fiercely with Lu Do and the other two. When his wife saw that her son, who liked to pick fat and thin, did not leave a single grain of rice behind and finished 3 big bowls of white rice, she felt a wave of sadness. She sat next to her son and looked at him carefully. No matter how much she looked, she could not get enough of him. She muttered to herself, "You've become tanned and have lost a lot of weight. You have to stay for a few more days. If the army urges you, your father won't dare to plead with the king of Bailiang. Mother will go." Except for the mute Lu Do, Li Hanlin put many dishes into Li October and Fang Hutu's chopsticks. He made a funny face and joked, "Mother, military law is like a mountain. Don't blindly join in the fun. A loving mother makes a useless son. Do you know that?" His wife glared at him and said, "How can a loving mother give birth to a useless son? Who dares to call my son a useless son? Mother will slap him in the face." The administrator stroked his beard and laughed. That's reasonable. After the sumptuous banquet, Li Gongda and his wife were tactful. Although they had 1,000 things to say in their hearts, they still restrained themselves from disturbing the young people. In a pavilion with a raised eave, Fang Hutu was led to turn here and there under the guidance of others. When he came back, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Chief Biao, even the outhouse in your house is spacious and luxurious. You have to find me a big bed to sleep on so that I can tell the villagers when I go home." "Look at you." Li October picked up a grape and threw it at him. Fang Hutu smiled and held it in his mouth. Li October threw it again, but it was like walking a dog. Fang Hutu didn't care and played with it happily. Lu Do cursed with a calm voice, "You two idiots." Li Fuzhen sat quietly and virtuously to the side, watching with her mouth agape. Of course, she didn't know that in Baimang, Fang Hutu had blocked a sharp knife that was comparable to Bailiang's knife. In a moment of desperation, Li October had used her hand to deflect several arrows for Fang Hutu. One of the arrows had pierced his palm. Li Fuzhen did not know what kind of price the crossbowmen had paid as the vanguard scouts traveled north and uprooted the beacons one after another. Li Hanlin suddenly turned to look at Li Fuzhen and asked, "Sister, do you still like that poor scholar?" Li Fuzhen's expression was somewhat unnatural. Li Hanlin didn't want to embarrass his sister and smiled sincerely. "Sister, as long as you don't regret it." Li Fuzhen, who felt very unfamiliar, didn't know how to respond. Li Hanlin looked out of the pavilion. "I didn't have the right to say anything before, but now it's a bit better. That scholar is very scheming. 2 years ago I thought so, and now it's even more so. After all, I'm a bad person myself, and I'm always very good at judging bad people. But since you insist on liking him, I can't do anything more. But if you miss out on Brother Feng, sister, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Li Fuzhen slowly lowered her head. 2 slender fingers twirled the corner of her skirt and asked, "Because he might become king of Bailiang?" Li Hanlin suddenly laughed and said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Li Fuzhen looked at her brother, who was going to arm wrestle with Fang Hutu, and felt very lost. She said goodbye and left the pavilion. Li Gongda came to a place far away from the pavilion and stood very far away. Lu Do kicked Li Hanlin, who was busy competing with Fang Hutu. Li Hanlin jogged to his father and said with a laugh, "Father, what's the matter? Could it be that his mother is controlling him too tightly, and he wants money from me, her son, to drink wine with his colleagues? How much do you want? Don't even think about a few thousand taels. I don't even have 100 taels left in my pocket. Father, how are you going to spend it?" Li Gongda cursed the brat and slowly walked away. Li Hanlin hesitated for a moment and waved his hand at Lu Do and the other two. He ran to catch up and put his arm around his father's shoulder. He walked with this old man who had been scolded countless times in Bailiang, but was still the most indomitable and heroic man in Li Hanlin's heart. However, he made a gesture of raising his head and raising his cup to drink wine. He smiled, unable to change his nature, and said with a smile, "Father, I've earned some money. It's not much, but I have to show my filial piety to you. How about the two of us go drink a few caddies of green ants?" On this day, in an elegant little restaurant not far from the Li family's mansion in the city, the administrator and his son, who was a crossbowman and the chief of the crossbowmen, spent only a few dozen taels of silver, including wine and meat. In those years, this son often stole thousands of taels of silver from places that the old man deliberately hid. He spent a lot of money in Liangzhou or Lingzhou, but Li Gongda didn't feel any heartache. Even earlier, in order to get a bigger official's hat, he used chests and chests of gold and silver. Li Gongda didn't feel any heartache. On this day, he only spent a few dozen taels of silver, but the old man's heart was already pained. Chapter 630. Song Yujing was a middle-to-upper ranked hunter. Although he was only 25 years old, he had been lying dormant in the big net woven by Li Mibi for 12 years. He had never made a mistake, so he was able to keep an eye on Su Beiji, who was at the top of Zhu Yi's list. Beimang's territory was vast, but there were only a few hundred hunters and butterfly hunters. If everyone had to keep an eye on him one by one, it would be difficult to make ends meet. It was enough to see how important Su Beiji was to Shadow Prime Minister Li Mibi. Song Yujing had kept an eye on this concubine-born son of the Su family for 6 years. He was probably the person in the world who was most familiar with Su Beiji's habits. After Su Beiji reached the age of 20, he often went out for sightseeing. This time, Song Yujing did not feel anything unusual when he went out with his attendant Wang Mengshi. However, when the shocking news came from Ruoshui Hut, which was codenamed 6, Song Yujing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan, had been beheaded and decapitated. The head of Beimang's most powerful official was still missing. His master, Li Mibi, who had been an official with Su Huainan for many years, had personally rushed to the source of Ruoshui and was staying in the hut. Song Yujing, as the core person who controlled the secrets of the Beimang dynasty, knew very well that Li Mibi had a good relationship with the king of the northern courtyard, who was a friend of a gentleman. Therefore, in name, he seemed to be closely monitoring the hut, but he only sent out Zhu Yi's top assassin, Yujing, rather than other people who were good at finding clues. Yujing was good at killing people, and naturally was also good at killing people of the same trade. In reality, he was there to protect Su Huainan from being hit when he was down by the imperial clan. His cavalry force was also under the command of Su Huainan's former subordinates. It could be said that Su Huainan's life was quite comfortable after his retirement. With Li Mibi personally watching over him, there was no one else in the palace who could take Su Huainan's life. Song Yujing had always thought that the only person in the world who could take Su Huainan's life was the empress, but Zhu Yi had always been the knife in her sleeve to eliminate dissidents. If it wasn't Zhu Yi, then who could it be? Song Yujing couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains, and he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Along with the enormous secret, there were also several men and women who were not inferior to him in their evaluations. There were 3 men and 2 women. Song Yujing was temporarily granted a talisman to mobilize all of the spider web forces in the Aquarius and Golden Toad prefectures. In addition, he also had the military authority of 1,200 cavalry. Song Yujing did not have the excitement of holding great power in his hands. He only trembled with fear. Su Huainan's death would affect the whole situation. The collapse of this Beimang's mainstay was destined to stir up the imperial court. In the past, the Su family had always been supported by Su Huainan. Most of the descendants were not presentable. Only Su Beiji, who had not revealed himself to this day, was the key figure who had the hope of supporting the family. Whether to capture or invite, the master had not clearly stated in the letter. Song Yujing himself had to grasp the severity of his strength. However, Song Yujing soon felt that this mission was tricky. Other than the page boy Wang Mengshi, Su Beiji and that scholar with an unfamiliar face had unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Song Yujing immediately cast a large net to catch the fish. Most of the men were sent to the southern part of Golden Toad Prefecture to search for or intercept them. If the page boy had not continued south instead of turning north, Song Yujing would have been able to save himself a lot of trouble and worry. He only left one person to catch the butterfly girl to follow the page boy. The page boy, who had become a chess piece, went from Aquarius Prefecture to the frontier fortress of Golden Toad Prefecture. He then walked horizontally for several hundred li. In the end, he actually went north. After a short pause, he continued south. After walking for a full 10 days, he brought out an inexplicably large circle. During this period, Song Yujing followed the page boy's strange movements and did not dare to lower his guard. He repeatedly established and overturned his own conjectures and changed his orders several times. Not only him, but almost all of the men were exhausted. Occasionally, they met each other, but there was no complaint on their faces. Song Yujing also knew that these fellows who ate people without spitting out the bones would inevitably have countless unspoken criticisms. Among them, there was no lack of people who proposed to kill the page boy directly. Song Yujing ridiculed them in his heart and did not accept the proposal. Before the truth surfaced, Song Yujing did not wish to be on bad terms with Su Beiji. A centipede dies but never falls down. Even if the big tree that was the Su family fell, it would not be something that could happen in 1 or 2 years. Especially after Su Huainan's sudden death, Her Majesty, whose relationship with Su Huainan was shrouded in mystery, would not have a bone in her throat. Perhaps she would even reward and comfort the group of vermin in the Su family. Song Yujing would never have expected that Su Beiji had been following the page boy from a distance. The route was roughly the same, but they both maintained a day's worth of walking. Su Beiji put on the curly-bearded man's mask from Su Fengyan's hand. Su Fengyan also changed his mask. He no longer carried the book box on his back. Instead, he changed his traveling bag and let Su Beiji, who looked like a servant, carry it on his back. The two of them were eating in a small tavern in the Golden Toad Prefecture that day. When Su Beiji first heard that Su Beiji wanted to use the page boy as bait, although he did not refuse, he already looked down on him. However, along the way, Su Beiji saw him communicating with a red-robed demon using strange hand gestures several times in the wilderness. Only then did Su Beiji thoroughly reevaluate this future king of Beiliang who dared to go alone to Beimang. Chapter 631. The two of them sat by the window of the tavern, seemingly leisurely chatting about military secrets. Su Beiji had recently become addicted to drinking. Whenever he had the chance, he would drink a few cups. As for alcohol, whether it was good or bad, he did not abstain from it. However, every time Su Fengyan saw him drink, he looked like he was squatting in a latrine pit, unable to poop. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. Su Beiji drank until he felt his stomach burning. He could not help but snort. Only then did he slowly say, "Guess how much money did the thatched cottage spend to find out that you killed the devil Xieling?" Su Fengyan laughed. "At least 100 taels of gold?" Su Beiji shook his head. Not a single copper coin was spent. The news was spread by a Yelu disciple in the capital at the brothel. It was quickly brought to the thatched cottage. Su Beiji asked again, "Guess how much money did the thatched cottage spend to confirm that you had stayed in Dunhuang for a period of time?" Su Fengyan thought for a moment. "I'll guess a few 100 taels of gold." Su Beiji laughed. "Too little. About 900 taels of gold." Su Fengyan clicked his tongue. "They are really willing to spend a lot of money." Su Beiji was obviously not used to drinking, but he was bold when he drank. He drank it all in one gulp and gently tapped the cup on the greasy table. He looked out the window. Because of the skin on his face, he looked like a rough man, but his eyes were as gentle as a woman's. Fortunately, only Su Fengyan was facing him. This scholar, who did not know when he would be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, sighed with emotion. Wanting to find a spy who is proficient in disguise is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Grandfather and I burned the midnight oil several times to calculate your route. During those days, the old man was full of energy. This kind of hide-and-seek game was like the southern glutinous rice dumplings he ate when he was young. It was quite chewy. You may not know this, But Li Mixi wasn't the only one who created the Zhuyan that was modeled after Liang's Zhaoguo. Grandfather once helped to create the framework. Half of the credit went to Li Mixi for being able to become the Empress's most trusted minister, be known as the Shadow Prime Minister, and be the 9th Commandant of Festivals. Both of them are rare scholars in the Central Plains. When he said this, Su Beiji paused for a moment and looked at Su Fengnian. When it comes to raising soldiers, Empress Murong is undoubtedly the best in the world. Zhao Clan's son isn't bad either. He's the king of Bailiang. Su Fengnian cut him off with a laugh. Him? What's more, during the Spring and Autumn War, it was a contest between the military cavalry and the literati. After toppling the noble families and rich clans, the scholars had no home to return to, no tree to rely on. Naturally, they would bear a grudge against Su Shao, so there's no need to mention serving this butcher. Su Beiji shook his head and said, there are two kinds of raising soldiers, raising noble scholars and raising poor scholars. You have to know that the term scholar originally only applied to nomadic scholars. For example, those school of vertical and horizontal scholars who left their names in the annals of history because of their unhindered maneuvering, or the school of thought's lobbyists. Later on, the scholars gathered and formed powerful clans, and only then did they begin to live like princes. Now that the edifice has collapsed, most of them have to work for the rice and millet. What's more, the rise of the poor scholar class in the imperial court is irresistible. There are many things that the king of Bailiang can't do, but you can. The scholars of the world were originally your tide-listening pavilion's millions of koi fish. Now it's just like how the tide-listening pavilion is connected to the rivers, raising koi fish mixed with wild carps. If you can pick a small number of them, you can succeed. Since ancient times, strategists have sought the protection of a wise ruler, nothing more than wanting to ride the dragon's momentum and soar to the top. Su Fengnian laughed and said, if you tell Su Shao this kind of great principle, he'll doze off in front of you. Su Beiji dismissed it with a laugh. In Ruoshui Hut, a skinny old man dressed in luxurious Sichuan brocade rushed over from the capital's strategic location overnight. He had been sitting by the water's edge the whole time. Next to him was the beheaded Su Huainan. The old man personally checked the wound and the surroundings of the hut. He waved his hand and had his subordinates leave, leaving only a young maidservant carrying a lantern without a wick. It seemed that he didn't want anyone else to disturb him and his deceased friend. In the night, the old man stretched out his withered bamboo-like arm and stroked his frosty white sideburns with his fingers. He muttered to himself, when we were young, we came to the chaotic Beimang together. You said that you wanted to become a famous minister who could wear sword shoes and enter the imperial court unimpeded. You even laughed at me for being narrow-minded, saying that I wasn't someone who could accomplish great things and that all I had to do was play tricks behind your back. Look, what's the situation now? I can still travel at night in brocade clothes. Even when the 8 prefects and the 12 great generals see me, they only dare to curse me behind my back and say that I'll die a horrible death without descendants. You, on the other hand, don't even have a single descendant who has the guts to attend your funeral. You thought highly of Su Beiji and taught him everything you learned. Because of our friendship, I've been hesitant to kill him. Old man Su, why don't you send me a dream? I'll let him go then. I thought that I would risk half my life to make sure that you die after her. How could you just leave like that? You even left so sullenly. What do you want? Repay a debt? Return it to whom? A dead person is like a lamp that goes out. I won't get to the bottom of it so that you won't scold me down there. In this way, I'll be relieved. Don't worry. Let's not talk about Su Beiji. When the time comes, the Su family has more than 200 lives. I'll leave 1 or 2 for you. The old man, who was muttering to himself, sighed. After a long silence, he raised his arm. The blind, deaf, and mute maidservant carrying the lantern immediately bent down and placed the lightless lantern in front of the powerful old man. She then handed over a pair of delicate scissors. There were dozens of butterflies in the cage. The old man took one out. His hands trembled like an old woman doing embroidery under a lamp. He cut the butterfly in half from the middle. After you die, the prefect of peace will be the biggest butterfly in the cage. Chapter 632. Normally, Su Beiji would not be able to utter a fart after being beaten with a stick. Only after he drank, especially when he was drunk, would he be unable to control his tongue. He could say anything, and he would dare to say anything. Probably because he had too much knowledge in his stomach. Every time he would not be able to speak to his heart's content or to his heart's content, he would have already fallen asleep. The Ruren mountain range ran through the east and west of the Golden Toad Prefecture. The southern foothills faced each other. The irrigation canals crisscrossed. After autumn, one's field of vision would be filled with green and yellow colors, almost no different from the southern farming region of the Liang dynasty. To the north of the Ruren Prefecture was a vast grassland. The Ruren mountain range was precipitous, forming a natural barrier. Other than those pathways formed by gaps and canyons, there was no way to travel from north to south. Beimang had set up 5 towns in the Ruren Prefecture. They built barriers along the canyons and set up guards. The 5 towns were respectively Laohuai, Rouxian, Jilu, and Gaoke Wuchuan. At this moment, Su Fengyan and Su Beiji were walking on the white path of the Centipede Valley, which was under the jurisdiction of the Rouxian army camp. The Rouxian path was divided into 2 main and auxiliary paths. The main path was at the bottom of the valley, wide and convenient for war horses to gallop. The auxiliary path was built through the mountain, dark and damp. The reputation of the military town of Rochuan was overshadowed by a mountain peak, and the merchants of Centipede Path were sparse. Other than the fact that the auxiliary path was difficult to traverse like a centipede, the main reason was because they were afraid of the local tyrant, Raccoon Diwu. This man with a very strange name was the mountain master of Mount Bubang. In private, he was also known as the co-ruler of the Ruran Mountains. This was because other than the military town of Rochuan that was under his direct control, the commanding generals of the 2 towns of Laohuai and Wuchuan were also from Mount Bubang. As one of the top sects of the Beimang dynasty, Mount Bubang was undoubtedly the most closely associated with the imperial court. Everyone there was a soldier. When Raccoon Diwu's daughter was married to Dong Zhuo, who was the most likely candidate to become the 13th great general of the southern dynasty, Mount Bubang was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Immediately, there were people who jumped out from the tent to question whether Raccoon Diwu had the ambition of a wolf and was unwilling to submit to the imperial court. Fortunately, the empress, as usual, trusted this martial artist of the Jianghu who had helped her when she was in trouble. During the wedding of Raccoon Diwu's daughter, she even sent someone to deliver an exceptional congratulatory gift and an imperial edict to adopt her as a foster daughter. The rank of the appointed madam was even higher than that of Dong Zhuo's official rank. Unknowingly, this caused Dong Zhuo to become the laughingstock of both the northern and southern dynasties of Beimang. They ridiculed Dong Zhuo for being a general who relied on women. Su Beiji walked on the dim and shady centipede path. Although there was a simple elm fence along the path, the stone floor was slippery with water. Su Beiji, who had only learned some body-strengthening boxing techniques, was trembling with fear as he walked. Fortunately, Su Fengyan was walking on his right side, so he felt a bit more at ease. This auxiliary path between the mountain walls was more than 10 feet wide and 15 feet high, barely enough for a donkey and a mule to slowly pass through while carrying goods. The inner wall was covered with moss and the top of the wall was constantly dripping with water, making it extremely easy for running warhorses to slip. There were many gaps in the path paved with bluestone slabs, making it easy for the horse's hooves to turn. If it wasn't for the horse's superb horsemanship and the fact that the horse was familiar with the centipede path, perhaps no one would dare to show off their horsemanship here. Su Beiji, who had a new wine gourd hanging on his waist, was afraid of heights, afraid that he would be distracted and fall down, so he didn't dare to speak. For this trip to the south, they had originally followed Su Beiji's arrangement and chose a path where there were many merchants who could easily pass off fish eyes as pearls. However, Su Fengyan, who was nicknamed Persimmon by the servant, had heard a rumor in the tavern that someone was going to pick a fight with the great Grandmaster 5th Raccoon at Mount Bubang, so he dragged Su Beiji along to join in the fun. This made Su Beiji, who was used to being cautious, feel a bit of a headache. However, this Persimmon insisted on seeing the spirit of Mount Bubang, so Su Beiji couldn't possibly leave him behind and walk on the centipede path alone. In addition, the centipede path was steep and bumpy, so along the way he had given Su Fengnian quite a bit of attitude. In the end, they were two young children from wealthy and powerful families. Su Beiji was far from seeing him as a wise master who was worthy of his devotion, and Su Fengnian also didn't think that he needed to put on airs in front of Su Beiji. Recruiting talents? My Shifu Li Yishan alone is equivalent to several Su Beijis? In comparison, Su Fengnian was more willing to accept that blind chess player from the 10th Bureau of Yongzi Alley, or that poor scholar who cherished books as much as his life from the Baogua Temple in Jiangnan. However, Su Fengnian didn't deny that Su Beiji was still somewhat immature compared to Su Huainan, an old ginger who had been floating in the imperial court for a long time. However, compared to himself, this dabbler, Su Beiji, was still a notch above him. The Centipede Road was as lonely as the road to the Yellow Springs. With no one around, Su Fengnian didn't make things difficult for Su Beiji, who couldn't be said to have any martial arts skills. He personally carried the luggage. Even so, Su Beiji still had to stop and rest every few li. Perhaps he was somewhat grateful to Su Fengnian for taking the initiative to stop and rest each time to save face. Su Beiji somewhat boldly walked along the railing with a wide view. He looked at the fertile lands south of the Ruran Mountains and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Why does His Royal Highness practice martial arts? Isn't he afraid of delaying the future military affairs of Beiliang? If the descendants of the vassal kings muddle along, they will naturally not lack glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. The emperor of the Zhao family will probably be happy to see this happen. However, to maintain the special honor of being hereditary, one must always exhaust one's mind. King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, paid with his life. Crown Prince Zhao soon even entered the capital. Wealth and honor are found in danger. Moreover, you will be the only king with a different surname in the Liang dynasty. I think in this world, only the king of Beiliang and His Royal Highness can feel the weight of this burden. I originally thought that you would be the one who looked down on the boorish men of Jianghu the most. After all, the king of Beiliang personally destroyed most of the vitality of Liang Lake. Beiliang Palace has countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Why would His Royal Highness need to personally practice martial arts? With the lure of fame and fortune, with one command, there will always be countless experts working for you. When Su Beiji wasn't drinking, most of his words were spoken in such an emphatic tone, always with a hint of questioning. Chapter 633. Su Fengnian was preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he simply ignored the successor of Su Huainan, who had already lost his family and had yet to live under someone else's roof. Su Beiji, who was ignored, was not angry. He said to himself, "Chivalrous people use force to suppress disorder, but the two imperial courts both have unprecedented control over their own Jianghu. Beimang's Jianghu has directly become the imperial court's servants, while Liang's Jianghu also has their own watchdogs. The internal strife is fierce. I really don't understand why there is a need to personally go into this kind of Jianghu that is struggling at death's door." Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and sat down on the rotten guardrail. Su Beiji looked at him with trepidation. Su Fengnian looked at this talented person who liked to look at the situation from a strategically advantageous position. He said calmly, "Su Beiji, have you seen with your own eyes 2,000 flying swords? Have you seen with your own eyes the rise of the sea with your own strength? Have you seen a wisp of sword energy destroy a city wall?" Su Beiji calmly shook his head. "No, I haven't. But since ancient times, everything has its vanquisher. The Sword Emperor of West Shu guarded the country's gate for the Son of Heaven. But wasn't he also crushed by your Su family's cavalry until not even his bones remained? Why wouldn't the Jianghu people who have been famous for a long time be willing to fight on the battlefield? Isn't it because they are afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Moreover, the elite armies often have similar cavalry that specifically targets the top experts. I'm guessing that your Liang's Grand Secretary Zhang Julu has spared no effort to tilt the empire's taxes to the north. He must have let Gu Jiantang support a force that can deal with Beimang's Jianghu martial force. Don't think that the chess and sword music school of Mount Bubang is very arrogant right now. Once they are driven to the battlefield to fight, they won't be able to withstand a few large-scale battles." Su Fengnian laughed. "Are you mocking me? Are you saying that I'm not doing my job properly?" Su Beiji lifted his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Su Fengyan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and sighed sincerely. Your opinion is exactly the same as my second sister's. However, as a crown prince, the only thing I can do before I reach the age of 20 is not proper work. You can't expect me to conceal my strength and bide my time while harboring evil intentions. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Even now, I don't have any direct descendants to speak of. If you think about it carefully, it seems that there are only 200 or 300 people in the Phoenix Battalion that I have some friendship with. I would have liked someone to bow to me, but during my second journey, during the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City, one of the Dongyue swordsmen in my residence cursed me as Your Highness the Crown Prince before he died. At that time, I knew that no one in the world was stupid. Su Beiji wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and teased. So it's because you don't dare to sit on the dragon throne, not because you don't want to. Su Fengyan helplessly said, A chicken talks with a duck. Su Beiji slowly said, Currently, several major events have happened. First, our dynasty's Taiping commandery has become the imperial preceptor. The prince of Zhao Zhaokai has surfaced for the first time with a silver vase in his hand and entered the western region. The white-robed monk entered the clouds and preached the Diamond Sutra. With the support of the empress, Dao Dezong began to gather the country's strength to compile the Taoist canon. Zhang Julu began to transfer the elite cavalry of several vassal kings to the northern border. Among them, the king of Yanqi and the king of Jing and Zhao Sun spared no effort. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, who shares the same father and mother as the Son of Heaven, was summoned by his elder brother to the capital and reprimanded him to his face. Liang began to circulate the Huhu Sutra, giving rise to the idea of slandering Buddha. It is said that in all the major provinces and counties in the world, only one temple will survive. Even the 2 Zen temples may not be spared. Su Fengyan laughed and said, I'm more curious about your Beimang swordsman's sword aura approaching that of Huang Qing. Also, Qi Xianxia took Ancestor Lu's sword to the south to practice swordsmanship. As for Zhao Luding of the Wu family's sword tomb, I heard that he took his sword maids to the remains of the Wu family's 9 swords breaking 10,000 horsemen, and took away 3 of his ancestors' ancient swords. His realm increased greatly. This time it was Su Beiji's turn to say helplessly, playing the lute to a cow. Su Fengyan jumped down from the guardrail and said softly, The old monk is unexpectedly dead. Su Beiji was puzzled. The dragon tree monk who presides over the 2 Zen temples? Su Fengyan nodded and said no more. One of them was talking to a chicken and a duck, the other was playing the lute to a cow. It would be boring to continue talking, so they continued on their way. The centipede path under their feet was winding and there were no sights or scenic spots to show, so it was just as boring. When they reached a fork in the road leading up and down the mountain, they saw Su Fengyan walking up the mountain without hesitation. Su Beiji frowned and asked, Are you really going to Mount Bubang? Su Fengyan laughed and said, Of course, I want to see the charm of a Beimang woman. Unexpectedly, she was defeated and almost lost an arm, yet she still dares to challenge the Mount Bubang's mountain master. If she's beautiful, she can take back the Bailiang. When the time comes, don't fight with me. Su Beiji obviously knew that the last sentence was a joke. He didn't think highly of this persimmon, but he didn't dare to look down on him either. If he acted recklessly, Su Fengyan wouldn't be able to live to this day even if he had 10 lives. Although they had been together for more than 10 years, Su Beiji had never asked about Su Fengyan's level of martial arts. When they were halfway up the mountain, they were stopped by the Mount Bubang's checkpoint. Only then did Su Fengyan realize that travelers had to stop here. Not everyone could go up the mountain to watch the battle. Seeing the curly-bearded man beside him smiling without saying anything, Su Fengyan had no choice but to obediently descend the mountain. As Su Beiji expected, Su Fengyan wasn't so crazy as to want to break through the southern wall. There were 2 routes down the mountain. The 2 of them took a secluded path, purposely avoiding the many martial artists from Beimang who were similarly shut out. At a suitable place for viewing the scenery, there was an elegant pavilion that imitated the architectural style of Jiangnan's water villages. There were no armored guards patrolling outside the pavilion, only a few well-built servants in luxurious clothing. Their qi was profound and their divine splendor was reserved. From what Su Fengnian could see, one of them had entered the second pin. The others were also near the Dragon's Gate's threshold. In the pavilion there were two women, one big and one small, with their backs to them. The young woman was sitting cross-legged, leaning against a pillar with her eyes closed. On her back was a weapon wrapped in a long cloth bag. The little girl was lying on a bench with her hands propped on her cheeks. Inside the pavilion, there were two pairs of embroidered shoes, big and small, one green and one red. The little girl was softly singing a small folk song, her voice crisp. The teacher in the private school was asking if she knew who was shouting "Ji ji 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 ji" on the tree. The little moon quietly climbed over the hill. Who was in the pond woke up the starlight. Who was at the village entrance ringing the bell? Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. Su Fengnian stood where he was, unwilling to leave. Su Beiji saw that the group of unruly retainers were already paying attention to them, eyeing them covetously. He tugged on Su Fengnian's sleeve. The next moment Su Beiji knew something was wrong. But then he only felt that it was absurd. Su Fengnian swept into the pavilion, his back facing Su Beiji and the unprepared retainers from Mount Bubang, and gently helped the green-clothed woman put on the green embroidered shoes. Chapter 634. The girl who had finished singing the ballad was lying on the bench. When she turned her head and saw the man barging into the pavilion, she was startled at first, but then her little face lit up like the light after the rain. She was incomparably happy. Su Fengnian helped the green-clothed girl put on the green embroidered shoes, then turned his head to the little girl and raised his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. The child immediately covered her mouth with both hands, fearing that she would spill the beans. Then, as if she felt that this action was too abrupt, she straightened her clothes and sat up in a rather ladylike manner. Unfortunately, she discovered that she was barefooted, and the pair of peacock satin brocade shoes were still lying on the ground. She blushed slightly. The young man who looked like a scholar easily barged into the pavilion. First of all, the little girl in the pavilion was an important guest of Mount Bubang. She was the sweetheart of Mount Bubang's son-in-law, Fatty Dong. When he went down the mountain, he said that if the little girl was hungry, he would take a gong and drum from his father-in-law, the 5th raccoon dog's courtyard, to every house. Then there was the green-clothed woman who came up the mountain to challenge Mount Bubang. Even though she was defeated, it was honorable. The martial artists of Beimang respected martial arts deeply, and they respected all strong martial artists. Even though she was a young woman of unknown origin, they did not view her as an enemy. Everyone in Mount Bubang treated her as half a guest. Lastly, they were shocked by the strength of the unfamiliar man. These three factors added up, and these were all guests of Mount Bubang. The Mount Bubang's retainer feared them to the extreme. When they barged into the pavilion, a level 2 guest used 2 fingers to touch a small piece of sleeve. However, before this master could grasp it tightly, his hand was bounced away by a technique similar to that of Jianghu. His 2 fingers were still sore and tingling. The atmosphere inside and outside the pavilion was delicate. It was the little girl who broke the deadlock, calling them uncle and uncle. Then, with an unquestionable tone, she asked them to go up the mountain first. This smooth manner that did not hurt the harmony on the surface was obviously taught by her Uncle Dong. These days, Mount Bubang had gotten used to the little girl's maturity. In addition, she was spoiled to the point of being lawless by the Mount Bubang's son-in-law, who led 60,000 soldiers. After some consideration, the retainers arranged by the 5th raccoon dog quietly left, but they did not go far. They waited outside the pavilion's view, and then one of them went to report the news to Mount Bubang. Su Beiji racked his brains, but he did not expect such a calm ending. However, he did not think too deeply about it. Outside the pavilion, he looked down at the beautiful scenery. His grandfather had once said that Jiangnan's graceful environment was something that Beimang could not compare to. The women there were truly made of water, unlike the women of Beimang who were mixed with sand. After the age of 30, they would often become unbearably rough. Su Fengnian sat side by side with the girl in green. He reached out to take off the long and narrow spear pouch, revealing the true appearance of the instant spear. He asked, Why did you come to Beimang? Did you beg Su Xiao to come here? She pressed her cheek against the cool pillar and said softly, I don't want to lose to Sweet Potato. Su Fengyan laughed involuntarily. Blindly competing. She was silent. Su Fengyan looked at her left arm. Don't you know how to pick on soft persimmons? You came to Mount Bubang to find trouble with the 5th raccoon dog. Aren't you looking for trouble? I heard that he gave you a lot of face and personally fought. She nodded. Su Fengyan smiled. Why don't I fight for you later? Your young master has gone through a lot of hardships, had one lucky encounter after another, and achieved great success in his martial arts. Not to mention the 5th raccoon dog, even Tuoba would dare to scold him. Before leaving Wutangan, she could not be said to be obedient to her young master. She shook her head and said softly, I won't fight. I'll accompany young master back to Bailiang. There were only 2 first-class servant girls in the courtyard. She and Sweet Potato each had their own merits. The little girl, who had been left out in the corner, coughed a few times and secretly put on her embroidered shoes. She stared with wide eyes at the heartless man, who did not have the slightest emotion of meeting after a long separation. This made her, who was originally full of joy, feel even more disappointed. She could only kindly remind him that she was still standing there. Su Fengyan could understand why Dong Zhuo had arranged for her to stay in Mount Bubang, but he did not expect to meet her halfway. It was not surprising that she recognized her at a glance. She had the talent to be able to pierce through the heart with qi. Fortunately, she did not expose herself. Otherwise, if Mount Bubang knew about her, she would be exhausted from hunting and fleeing. The taller little girl was holding a small lacquer box in her hand. It was a chichao that Su Fengyan had bought for her in the market of Flying Fox City. However, the spiders stored in the box had long died. This ending could not be changed by careful breeding. The lacquer box was originally cheap, and the species of spiders used to chichao in weaving webs were also ordinary. Now there was only a sparse and broken web left in the box. When Dong Zhuo left the mountain, he wanted to secretly hide this chichao box and give an excuse that the servants had lost it when cleaning the room. However, he could not endure his daughter's resentful eyes. He had to be thick-skinned and take it out from his sleeve, saying that Uncle Dong had searched the yard and found it with great difficulty. Su Fengyan looked at the little girl who had once been with him through thick and thin. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. It was as if a lifetime had passed since the two of them met again. The little girl, Tao Manwu, glanced at Su Beiji, who was carrying a heavy bag outside the pavilion. She remembered that this guy had threatened her with food to carry that big bag of money. She felt a little indignant for that boorish uncle of hers. Then she sighed in her heart. This stingy guy was so stingy that he even missed the porcelain pillow that Aunt Shi had given her. Wherever he went, he would never forget to order others to do manual labor. She had been worried that he would not have enough money to eat these days. Su Fengyan smiled and asked, Have you forgotten the qi cultivation skills I taught you? Tao Manwu immediately practiced the golden beam knocking, sky drum bathing, and so on step by step. There was not the slightest mistake. Su Fengyan took the small lacquer box from her hand and joked, Why don't you throw this broken thing away? Your Uncle Dong is a mountain of gold and silver. It's not difficult for you to find a chichao that is bigger than you. I'll throw it away for you. Su Fengyan pretended to throw it out of the pavilion, but Tao Manwu jumped up with all her strength and clung to his arm tightly. Her whole body was hanging there in a funny way. Chapter 635. Bluebird's eyes were warm. She patted Tao Manwu's head tenderly. She didn't know why the little girl was so close to her. After she was seriously injured, Tao Manwu stuck to her side. She had been recuperating at the foot of Mount Tibbing these days. She more or less heard some gossip. She knew that her father was the mayor of Lucheng at the border of Beimang. He was attacked for no reason. It was rumored that it was done by 2 sons of the royal family. However, the murderer's whereabouts were still unknown. Furthermore, the military general Tao Chenji was as close as a brother to Dong Zhuo. The little girl's mother also unfortunately died on the way to her funeral. Ever since Tao Manwu was born, he had been brought along by Dong Zhuo, the most powerful and influential person in the Southern Dynasty's military world. Some time ago, without any warning, Liang Mang broke out into war. It was said that Dong Zhuo led his troops to Ligu's Maolong to provide relief. Thus, Tao Manwu was left behind at Mount Tibing, where he was somewhat related. The young master went to the north alone. Tao Qianji, who liked to kill Bailiang soldiers every day, died on the Qingming festival. The young master happened to be familiar with Tao Manwu. Blue Bird stared at the young master with her eyes wide open. The little girl inadvertently glanced at the sister in green, whom she had not known for long. Su Fengyan, who knew that she was gifted, did not stop her. The green bird found that the little girl's face was covered in tears after she let go of her hand and landed on the ground. The extremely complicated and contradictory look in her eyes was like a spider web in an expensive and ingenious box. It was so dense that there were no gaps. It should not appear in the eyes of an innocent and kind little girl. Tao Manwu only shed tears but did not cry out loud. In the end, she threw the small lacquered box on Su Fengyan and ran out of the pavilion. Blue Bird looked at the young master blankly. Su Fengyan smiled bitterly. She has the ability to see through people's hearts. Blue Bird, who knew that she had unintentionally made a big mistake, was full of regret. When she was about to speak, Su Fengyan waved his hand and put the spear back into the cloth bag. He said calmly, "I didn't want to deceive her for the rest of her life. The sooner she knows the truth, the sooner she can relax. However, it's hard for me to say it myself. It's just nice that she saw through it herself." Although Su Beiji did not know the inside story, he knew that they were in big trouble. When he was about to remind them that they could run for their lives, Su Fengyan had already stood up and returned Cha Na to Blue Bird. He laughed at himself and said, "Let's go, let's go. The three of us can only wait to be hunted down by Bing Shan." Su Fengyan grabbed Su Beiji's arm and led Blue Bird, who had no objections, down the mountain. Su Beiji felt like he was riding on clouds. However, the three of them did not escape to the south directly. Instead, they secretly returned to the Ro-Ran Mountains. Su Beiji could not help but secretly sigh. It was true that the skilled were bold. Su Beiji, who was good at self-reflection, was a little shaken when he rested by a stream in the mountains. When the scholar went north, he brought many things with him. Chess was one of them. Compared to chess, it was more popular in Beimang. In the past, the king of the northern courtyard, who was very powerful in Beimang, was a veritable terrible chess player. However, when it came to playing chess, he was a master. Su Beiji had been influenced by his grandfather for many years. Although he was very familiar with the 19 paths of Zongjing and was very proficient in it, his personal preference was still towards chess. He often played with his grandfather Su Beiji and ended up with a draw. He remembered that when the old man first took out a chessboard, he told the young Su Beiji to play this game. Only when he had the ability to draw with Su Beiji would he be considered a master. However, in Su Beiji's eyes, when his grandfather fought with others in the imperial court, he would always cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. His way of doing things was completely different from the way he played chess. It was not until he met his death that Su Beiji realized that in this game of Liang Mang's draw, the price was so great that all the chess pieces of the Su family had died and he was the only one left. Since Su Beiji was a scholar, he naturally regarded himself as a scholar who did not know the 9 palace squares. He looked down on the boorish men of Jianghu. It was also because of this that a scholar assisted the emperor in devising strategies. Why would he need to personally kill the enemy? No matter how strong the masters of Jianghu were, there would always be other masters to kill. It was rumored that the creator of chess, Huang Longshi himself, had brought the role of a scholar to the most exquisite level. The poison scholar Huang Sanjia, who said that he would bring peace to the world when he was young, could be said to have poisoned the entire spring and autumn period. Su Beiji greatly admired such a character who transcended the imperial court's calculations and reached the heavens' calculations. However, all of this was built on the chessboard in a favorable situation. Only on the chessboard could Su Beiji display his skills. Being at a disadvantage and attacked by the enemy to the side of the monarch, Su Beiji asked himself if he could turn the tide. Su Beiji suddenly understood why the great official Chao Chongqing, who had studied to become a saint, became a celestial phenomenon martial artist, and why he entered the palace 3 times. When one was at the end of the rope and had no chess pieces to manipulate, in the end, one still had to walk out of the 9 palace squares. The game Su Beiji wanted to enter was Beiliang, which was in a disadvantageous position in a corner, and not Beimang or Liang, which had already gained the upper hand. This was probably the key to why his grandfather had taught him how to draw. To seek victory, one must first consider defeat. Su Beiji could not help but raise his head to look at the young man sitting leisurely on the rock. Then this fellow in front of him had already thought of the worst situation. Beiliang would be completely destroyed, and he would have no choice but to kill the enemy alone for revenge? Was it possible? Su Beiji did not believe it. Bluebird jumped down from a big tree, somewhat incredulous. Young master, there is no movement from Mount Bubang. Su Fengyan frowned, picked up a stone and threw it into the stream. He was slightly distracted and muttered to himself, "It seems that this account is not clear." On Mount Bubang, the little girl ran away crying. Those who did not dare to leave the pavilion saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to kill their way down the mountain. However, she forced a smile and explained that Sister Tsing was going down the mountain with an acquaintance, so she was a little reluctant. Everyone was skeptical, but they did not ask anything. However, if that girl didn't throw herself into a flame like a moth, then it could be considered a good thing. In the end, even if the mountain chieftain, who had a great reputation in the northern Mang Jianghu, defeated a young girl, it wouldn't sound good if news of this were to spread. Tao Manwu walked for a short distance and did not let the retinue follow her. She turned and ran to the pavilion. When she saw the lacquer box, she bent down to pick it up and was about to throw it down the mountain. However, she raised her hand for a long time and still could not muster up the courage to throw it away. Then, as if she was angry at her own failure to live up to expectations, she ran out of the pavilion, squatted down, dug a hole with her small hands, and buried the box in the soil. She wiped away her tears and returned to the elegant little courtyard on the mountain. She climbed onto the bed, hugged the porcelain pillow and curled up in the corner, using the quilt to hide herself. Chapter 636. This chapter is short on words, so please forgive me. There will definitely be a monthly vote battle in August, so I hope everyone will support me. Nowadays, the world only knows about plum wine, but not instant spear. Su Fengyan sat on a giant rock by the side of the stream. He took off his shoes and socks, placing his feet into the gurgling waters of the refreshing stream. On his knees was the spear immortal Wang Xiu's relic. Even though Wang Xiu's name carried the word gentle and charming, most of the spear techniques she used in her life were actually the firm and fierce pure yang path. Wang Xiu's innate strength was astonishing since she was young, leading experts into the path of spear techniques. After she became famous, she nurtured her strength through battle, and even single-handedly entered the depths of northern Mang to temper her martial path. She practically slaughtered her way through that generation of northern Mang's martial world, stabbing a huge hole in it. Among the 4 grandmasters of Jianghu in the previous generation, Wang Xiu was also known as the Arm Saint. He used strength to overcome weakness, and his spear was as fast as thunder. The tip of instant spear was round and blunt. Because of Wang Xiu's arm strength and unparalleled spear speed, he didn't care about the sharpness of the spear tip. Wang Xiu's martial arts could be said to be the best in the north of the Central Plains, but his reputation was mixed. Spear Fairy was paranoid, and he killed every enemy he attacked, causing countless hatred. Naturally, Wang Xiu was regarded by many Jianghu people as lacking in martial arts virtue, having the strength of a grandmaster but lacking in general bearing. Wang Xiu, as one of the few external masters, did not regress in his martial arts realm after 60 years of age. His spear skills returned to its original state and could be called extraordinary. What he learned in his life could be summarized as the 4 words formula. Liang dynasty originally did not believe that Chun Jibao could surpass his master in his early 20s and defeat Wang Xiu fair and square. However, after 2 consecutive battles with Hong Jingyan and Ancestor Bronze Man, he did not lose. Liang Beimang began to recognize the little man in white as the undisputed #1 spear master, and the never-before-seen plum wine began to spread all over the world. Bluebird stood beside Su Fengyan, She took a moment to tell him about her journey to the north. I first went to a big sect in Gusai State called Sun's Spear Forest. The sect leader, Sun Baiyuan, was a famous spear master in the Southern Dynasty. Su Funyun laughed and said, "This sect must be named after the Wu clan's sword mound, but I've read about Sun Baiyuan in the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret records. He's not simple. He's not a genuine level 1 master, but like many other martial arts geniuses, he skipped the Vajra realm, studied Taoist skills, and touched the threshold of the finger mystery. He's worthy of being called a top master of the finger mystery realm. How did you defeat him? A sneak attack?" Bluebird shook her head and said, "Before I went to the Forest of Spears, I comprehended the collapse of the 4-word formula in the desert. When I arrived at the Sun Spear Forest, Sun Baiyuan's spear skills were a little stagnant and rusty because he hadn't fought personally for a long time. I shattered his skull with 1 strike." Su Fengyan was suddenly dumbfounded. He laughed and said, "Then how did you escape?" Bluebird said calmly, "I fought and escaped. I was originally an assassin, so I'm good at disguising and hiding. I killed about 70 disciples of the Sun family and comprehended the delaying formula, also known as the back thrust. When I was being chased and trapped in a desperate situation, it was most suitable for me to counterattack." Su Fengyan bent his finger and flicked the dust-free ancient spear lightly, nodding. Bluebird continued, "There was a captain in the prime of his life in the desolate nightmare military town in Gusai State. He had a strange surname and I can't remember his name. I only know that his spear skills were among the top 3 in the Beimang army. Everyone said that his biggest regret was that he didn't have the chance to fight with Chun Jibao. I snuck into the military town and this person happened to be practicing his spear skills in the middle of the night. He was so soft that my collapse of the spear couldn't take advantage of him. After dozens of rounds, I stabbed him in the stomach." At this point, Bluebird smiled and said, "Anyway, it wasn't his turn to kill Chun Jibao. This time, the chase was more difficult. The desolate nightmare military town sent out hundreds of horse fences. I escaped for a whole month. During this time, a few spider web members joined in. They didn't stop until I snuck into Longyao State." Su Fengyan looked at her cold smile and sighed softly. "This Beimang general's surname is Hulu. He was the lover of a powerful royal family in the north. You killed him well. It was revenge for the empress who ordered the Jianghu of Beimang to sneak into Beiliang in batches to carry out assassinations. You also let them know what it means to not reciprocate. You and the white-robed monk's return of the courtesy and virtue sect are different approaches to achieve the same result." She shook her head and said, "I only know some crude ways to kill people. How can I be compared to the white-robed monk who is almost a saint?" Since Su Beiji had nothing to do, he stood to the side and listened attentively. This scholar, who originally looked down upon the martial artists of Jianghu from the bottom of his heart, had long been intimidated by Qing Niao's straightforward narration. Hearing this sentence, he softly said, "Only by killing people can you save people. Miss, you don't have to belittle yourself." Bluebird didn't have a good temper to listen to people's casual praise. She shot a cold glance at Su Beiji, which made Su Beiji's scalp tingle. He hurriedly lowered his head and turned his head to look at the stream. Sure enough, everything had its vanquisher. Su Fengyan couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and introduced, "This is Su Beiji. His grandfather was once the king of Beimang's northern courtyard. Young Master Su is also very knowledgeable and has a belly full of talent to help the people. This time he's going back to Beiliang with us. I don't know if he'll be willing to give us advice." Bluebird turned her head and nodded her chin slightly as a form of greeting. "Greetings, young Master Su." Su Beiji waved his hand. Bluebird hesitated for a moment. "Young Master, do you know that the 10,000 Longxiang army attacked Gentleman's Pavilion in front, and the great Snow Dragon cavalry crushed Li Gu Maolong behind?" Su Fengyan calmly said, "I heard that Huang Manor didn't have many Longxiang army left. At the mouth of the Calabash, they were unlucky and ran into Dong Zhuo's personal army. The 4,000 Longxiang army was almost wiped out. They were even stabbed by a spiderweb killer nicknamed Cut Willow." Bluebird bit her lip and didn't say anything. Su Fengyan changed the subject and said with a smile, "Although Sun White Ape and the one surnamed Hulu are both first-class martial art masters and valiant generals, they are still far from being comparable to the fifth raccoon of Bubang Mountain." Bluebird said, "The third formula of the forward formula is arc." Su Fengyan immediately understood. The pinnacle battle that established Wang Xiu's position as a great grandmaster was the battle between this armed saint and red armor that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Xiu's arc spear formed the momentum of a flowing river. He didn't give red armor, who was at the peak of his power, a chance to fight back. 3 arcs formed momentum, 9 arcs formed a small circle, 81 arcs formed a large circle, and so on. It was amazing, but the real perfection of the arc spear had to wait until Wang Xiu went to fight Li Chungang, who was also a great grandmaster. At that time, Li Chungang was invincible after drawing his sword and before opening the gate of heaven. At that time, Li Chungang was high-spirited and vigorous. His sword will flourished and was recognized as unparalleled in the world. Before Wang Xianji became famous in one battle, Li Chungang gently pointed at her and forced a barefoot sword fairy from the southern sea back to her sect. Only Wang Xiu was barely able to make Li Chungang fight against him. He was even full of praise for Wang Xiu's arc spear. After the battle, the two drank and Li Chungang even gave some pointers. The arc spear formula was big and wide. It could only be used to its fullest when it met an opponent that it couldn't match. Therefore, there was a heroic saying, "If the arc spear doesn't arc, I will die." Su Fengyan didn't say anything to comfort her. He just moved and patted the stone. Bluebird hesitated for a moment and sat beside him. Su Beiji looked at the man and woman who were probably master and servant. He remembered the scene in the pavilion where he helped her put on her shoes. Su Fengyan said softly, "When the fifth raccoon comes, leave it to me." Bluebird held the instant spear tightly and nodded heavily. Chapter 637. The next chapter is 12 o'clock at night. Cleverness overcomes cleverness. Su Fengyan originally thought that he could use the otherworldly item to erase his traces and return to the Ruin Mountains. If the Bingbing Mountain sent out troops to pursue him, they would definitely be led by the nose by the red-robed nascent soul. Little did he know that the fifth raccoon would be waiting for him. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Safe my ass. When Su Fengyan stood up, the otherworldly item was already hanging upside down from a tree like a giant scarlet bat. Su Beiji also sensed that the situation was not good and tacitly threw his luggage to Su Fengyan. After doing so, Su Beiji saw more than 10 elite riders galloping downstream of the stream. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 feet, not enough for an inferior bow to shoot. The Ruin Mountains were rich in iron ore, and the 5 military towns were rich in heavy armor. They were very famous in the Beimang royal court, except for the valiant-looking man in the lead, who wore a casual purple robe and carried a broad saber in a black scabbard, which was different from the Mang saber. The rest of the retainers and their horses were all wearing heavy armor. There were no roads in the forest for the horses to choose from, but the sound of these riders galloping was negligible to Su Beiji. Su Fengyan stared at the black pigeon on the back of the man with the saber and frowned. Su Fengyan knew that the Ruin Mountains specialized in whistling pigeons. The pigeon in this guy's hand was a 6th-year slave from the Ruin Mountains. It was nicknamed Green Eyes Plus. Unlike most carrier pigeons, this kind of pigeon would only reach maturity after 3 years. 6 years was the best time to send a letter. Its explosive power and long-distance endurance were top-notch, and its homing ability was superb. However, Su Fengyan was a big foppish playboy who trained hawks and dogs, so he was quite familiar with pigeons. Not to mention, he had been hunted by the Tuoba spring falcons on the grassland and suffered a lot. He was very careful when he fled, paying special attention to whether there were any whistling pigeons in the sky. After confirming that there were no problems, he dared to return to the Ruin Mountains. This ambitious and ruthless man of Beimang who controlled both the Bingbing Mountain and a military town was past his middle age. He had the features of a typical Beimang man, but his attire was more similar to that of the southern dynasties. He casually placed his hand on the black scabbard saber. It was made of black python skin, and the scabbard was tied with a rope. It was Raccoon Diwu, the leader of the Bingbing Mountain. He had been observing Su Fengnian all this time. When he saw the young man who was slowly putting his sword on his back look at the carrier pigeon, Raccoon Diwu's mouth twitched. He gently shook his arm in understanding. The sixth-year slave flapped its wings and took flight. However, when it reached the height of the retainer knight's head, it came to an abrupt stop and dropped. It hovered 3 feet above the ground and instantly disappeared into the forest like an arrow. Su Fengnian smiled. He did not need Raccoon Diwu's explanation to understand the mystery. The sixth-year slave's specialty lay in its ability to fly at low altitudes. Raccoon Diwu, who was said to have once saved the Beimang Empress' life, asked the blue bird. His gaze remained on Su Fengnian. "I've already agreed to fight you again. Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" Su Fengnian replied on his behalf. "Since you can't beat me, then don't fight. Women kill and kill. It's a killjoy." In the face of such a scoundrel's words, Raccoon Diwu did not get angry. He only laughed softly and said, "Northern Liang Wang Xiu's arc spear is a spear technique that fights for life after death. Where can you find such a good target like me? But then again, the reason why I didn't kill you the first time we fought was because I knew that Spear Fairy King Xiu had a daughter at a young age. It's a pity that this little girl had only used 40 to 50% of the essence of the arc spear. I wanted to fight again and see everything in one go before deciding her fate. After all, Bingbing Mountain is not a restaurant. You want to leave? It's not that easy. But now, compared to the arc spear, I'm more curious about which sect you came from in Baliang. Using your Central Plains Jianghu lingo, why don't we spar?" Su Fengnian looked troubled. "You're the mountain master of Bingbing Mountain and a famous Jianghu senior. Isn't it inappropriate for you to lower yourself to the level of a nameless junior like me?" Raccoon Diwu let go of his scabbard and placed his hands on the horse's back. He tapped the back of his hand lightly with one finger and shook his head. "It's always the new generation that surpasses the old. If we were to calculate based on age and experience, everyone should be cowards. Wait till you're 100 years old before showing off." Su Fengnian laughed. "Mountain Master's words are humorous. It's a shame that we didn't meet earlier." Raccoon Diwu said helplessly, "You said that you don't want to fight with me. Then can you drive the 3 ancient swords back into the box? The sword chi is not small. If you're determined to fight with me, then let me know. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't even know how you died." Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed. I'm not fighting. Raccoon Diwu could clearly feel the sharp sword chi of the 3 swords. He laughed coldly. "Your moral character is similar to someone with the surname Dong. You're the one I hate the most in my life. However, I only have one daughter to marry. She's treated as a death exemption token. Your luck is obviously much worse." Su Fengnian still had that annoying expression. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, your body is still healthy. There's no need to rush to fight with me. Go back to the mountain and give birth to a beautiful daughter. I'll find her in 18 years. Blue Bird wanted to laugh but did not. It was uncomfortable to hold it in. She gripped the end of her spear tightly. Indeed, it was more comfortable to kill people. Raccoon Diwu looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes started to become extremely gloomy. "You're really a monkey carved from the same mold." The 5th raccoon's mount suddenly knelt down on all fours. Its entire back was broken. A purple figure suddenly rose up and hovered in front of Su Fengnian's eyes in an instant. It slashed its saber at Su Fengnian's head. The name of the blade was Dragon Tendon. It was a reward given to meritorious officials after the Empress of Beimang ascended the throne. Raccoon Diwu was bestowed with this famous blade that symbolized the first martial artist in the imperial tent. Even the military god Tuoba, who had accumulated many military achievements, did not have such an honor. Su Fengnian did not dare to be careless. He climbed to the top of the building with the sword of spring and autumn held horizontally above his head. He originally wanted to use the 3 ancient swords that he had obtained from the Emperor Qin's mausoleum to attack Wei to rescue Zhao. However, before the 3 short swords that had been hidden for 800 years finally saw the light of day again, flew to Raccoon Diwu's side. The dragon tendon in the mountain lord's hand pressed down on Su Fengnian's chi, causing the 3 flying swords to show a trace of stagnation. It was indeed unfortunate that he had met his master, whose swordsmanship was far from perfect. It was even more unfortunate that he had met such a superb opponent. The soil by the stream was not solid to begin with. With one strike of the blade, Su Fengyan, who was holding the sword of spring and autumn, sank a full foot into the ground. Raccoon Diwu's body spun in the air, and the dragon tendon brushed past the sword of spring and autumn by 3 inches. With that, Su Fengyan's entire body was sent flying to the side. The soil under Su Fengyan's feet rolled and splattered in all directions. After pulling his feet out of the ground, he flew into the air and stuck to a large tree. As he retreated in defeat, the 3 ancient swords of the Great Qin did not attack Raccoon Diwu in vain. With a flick of his finger, they were respectively nailed into 3 tree branches in the surroundings. Together with the sword of spring and autumn in his hand, they were finally able to cover the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. Su Fengyan did not need to think about splitting his attention to control the swords. Against Raccoon Diwu, being distracted was tantamount to suicide. He only hoped that when one of his swords left his hand, he would be able to switch to another sword in time. The soft armor he wore would not be able to withstand the dragon tendon's blade strike. Even if he did not die on the spot, once he was heavily injured, he would be no different from dying. After the blade strike, Raccoon Diwu's aura suddenly condensed. He was indeed worthy of being a big shot of the Beimang Jianghu. Raccoon Diwu deliberately wanted to catch a mouse like a cat. He was not in a hurry to pursue and attack. Instead, he stood where he was and sneered, "You do have some petty tricks. Don't just have some petty tricks. That would really disappoint me." The battle had truly begun. Life and death were on the line. Su Fengyan did not have the leisure to talk. Chapter 638. The only experts that Su Fengyan truly respected were the old man in the sheepskin fur coat and old Huang. They were not the kind of swordsmen who liked to lecture others when they had the upper hand. It was even more impossible for them to be stubborn when they were in a disadvantageous position. One matter, one sword. As they fought, they talked nonsense like the weather was good today. If not, they would sigh about life. Why were they being so wishy-washy? What were they doing earlier? Su Fengyan inhaled and exhaled. He was no longer greedy after controlling multiple swords. Purple qi lingered around him, revealing the blade of his sword to be a foot long. Since ancient times, martial arts competitions could not escape the rule that an inch shorter was an inch riskier. Just like Li Chungang, who once had thousands of flying swords on the Great Snow Plateau. However, the old god of swords himself had earnestly lectured Su Fengyan, who liked to talk about ostentation. This kind of method could be used as a shortcut to cultivate the will of the sword. It could also be used to frighten laymen. However, it was useless against a mortal enemy who was on par with him. Li Chungang straightforwardly gave 2 clear examples. Within a distance of 10 feet, he was confident that he could kill any expert who had not reached the level of Earth Immortal with his green-sleeve snake. Even Ancestor Lu's reincarnation, Qi Xuanjin, would not dare to let Wang Xinji punch him with all his strength at close range. However, once the distance was increased, as long as one had entered the realm of first pin, anyone could fight with all kinds of tricks. In a true battle of life and death, it was usually decided after a few rounds of close combat. When the old man in the sheepskin fur coat imparted his swordsmanship for the last time, he raised his arm and raised his sword. He said that the sword could open the gates of heaven. It seemed imposing, but it was actually just 3 feet of green sword and 3 feet of qi. Only this was qualified for Li Chungang to boast that he could open the gates of heaven and kill immortals. Su Fengyan's insistence on advancing instead of retreating was in line with Raccoon Diwu's intentions. This mountain chieftain of Mt Tibbing, who had not killed to his heart's content for many years, was afraid that this brat would randomly jump and flee. It would be meaningless to kill him with his dragon tendon saber. Moreover, the interesting thing about the Jianghu was that no matter how high the realm of a martial artist was, they could still learn from other strong points and smelt them into a furnace for their own use. This was especially true for the 5th raccoon, who was a top-notch master who was almost set in stone. The secret manuals that he could see must have been flipped through long ago, and the people who should be killed had already been killed. Instead, they needed some amazing younger generation to bring along those who were extremely hard to come by. Some geniuses who were not set in stone might still have a long way to go before they were proficient in martial arts, but they usually had some mysterious moves that were like antelopes hanging horns. The fifth raccoon was waiting for this unexpected surprise. It was obvious that this scholar swordsman had really made him sit up and take notice of him. Sword momentum and sword chi rolled like spring thunder. This brat's swordsmanship had reached a high level. The fifth raccoon was certain that he could use chi to control the sword, but he did not expect that the sword and the sword complemented each other, and the momentum could be so magnificent. It was truly a little surprising. The fifth raccoon stood where he was, maintaining a distance of 1 dragon tendon and 1 spring and autumn sword from Su Fengyan. He was willing to become an arrow pile, allowing Su Fengyan's sword chi to strangle him wantonly. He was as motionless as a mountain. The mountain chieftain of Mt. Tibbing did not appear on the martial arts roll for a very simple reason. The fifth raccoon would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He had never reached the top of the martial arts roll, and was placed side by side with the younger generation. Was that not a disgrace? One had to know that the broken spear Deng Mao, who was ranked 9th in the world, had lost his spear to the fifth raccoon. Deng Mao's realm advanced by leaps and bounds, but the fifth raccoon had been stagnant at the finger-profound realm for a whole 10 years. There was still a layer of unbreakable window paper between him and the celestial phenomenon. How could the proud and arrogant fifth raccoon endure this? The fifth raccoon's beloved daughter, Diwu Ke, had married Dong Zhuo, whom he looked down on. He had been suppressing a lot of resentment. The deputy mountain chieftain Gong Pu had died in battle at the mouth of the calabash, and the guest advisor and Penglai's cauldron-carrying slave suffered heavy losses. This made the fifth raccoon even more vexed. Today, he had encountered this young swordsman who had intruded into Mt. Tibbing. Why would the fifth raccoon care about who his backer was, and how strong his background was? The fifth raccoon lifted the dragon tendon with one hand to resist the sword chi, and calmly reminded, "It's my turn." Su Fengyan's sword force was already close to a circle, and it was deeply imparted by Li Chuangong's sword technique. Could not be said to have any flaws. However, when the fifth raccoon gently flicked his blade, Su Fengyan's sword chi rolled away the dragon wall. An imperceptible crack appeared on the dragon wall, and it almost collapsed in an instant. After all, things like foundation still needed to be accumulated over time. Naturally, an old ginger was much more pungent than a young ginger. Su Fengyan did not have any fear. The fifth raccoon's defense was watertight, and he did not expect the sword chi to be able to mess up his position. A gap between attack and defense was often a turning point. However, against such an old fox, Su Fengyan could not be smart and take the initiative to show a flaw. He waited for the moment when the fifth raccoon changed from defense to offense. The dragon tendon tore the dragon wall, and Su Fengyan returned the favor. He who had not exhaled a breath gritted his teeth and took another breath. He used all his strength to pull the fuyao, and the sword chi was as thick as a dragon drawing water. The fifth raccoon frowned, and finally, for the first time, his blade technique went from simple to complex. The fuyao tornado was split into pieces by the dragon tendon blade. He took a step forward, stretched out his left arm, and slapped Su Fengyan's forehead. Su Fengyan's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, but he still took advantage of the situation to step on the fifth raccoon's chest. His luxurious purple clothes were covered with an eyesore of dusty footprints. After the fifth raccoon flicked away a poisonous hidden weapon with his finger, he gently brushed away the dust on his chest. That light kick was only a feint, and the killing move was still a small flying sword that was aimed at his eyeballs. The fifth raccoon said without batting an eyelid, "So not only can you control the long sword in the case, you can also use the short sword in your sleeve. However, since I am known as Beimang's most senior finger shen martial artist, I can be considered to have some understanding of the shen of finger shen. Whether it is the movement of qi or the more concealed intentions, I can predict 70 to 80% of them. If you don't believe me, and if there are still some hidden flying swords, there is no harm in flying them out one by one. I will close my eyes and not use my blade. How about it?" After Su Fengyan landed on the ground, He bent his knees and slid backwards. He slid from the side of the stream into the middle of the stream before stopping. After he stood up in the water, there was a bit of undisguised ridicule in his eyes. The fifth raccoon was well aware of this and found it more and more interesting. This kid really was not a fledgling. Usually, those noblemen who came from prestigious sects and schools wanted to make a name for themselves in Jianghu after learning some skills. Suddenly, they met an opponent who was much stronger than them. This kind of psychological attack was extremely easy to succeed. Before the battle to the death, their momentum would be weakened by more than half, and after that, they would be at the mercy of their opponent. The fifth raccoon had seen too many of these kinds of newborn calves, and they all died prematurely at the hands of seniors who did not cherish talent. Therefore, the martial arts geniuses that the fifth raccoon cultivated on Mount Bubang were all abnormally cold-blooded. They were either thrown into the front line of the army to be polished, or sent to assassinate strong people who were a bit stronger than them. They were definitely not like the chess and sword music school, who protected their calves and blindly spoiled them under their wings. The fifth raccoon raised his blade and walked slowly. The dragon tendon blade's originally inconspicuous blade aura became more and more restrained. I promise that if you can leave this stream, I will let you live. Once he started thinking about escaping, there really was no need to fight anymore. Su Fengyan spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and directly called out his name, Fifth Raccoon. You are a genuine profound realm expert. Time and again you have to play mind games with a junior like me. Don't you find it annoying? The fifth raccoon shook his head. Comparing skills with others and taking people's lives with one move is something I did a long time ago. It's not easy to catch a fish like you in the net, so I really can't bear to kill you quickly. As he spoke, the fifth raccoon slashed out again. The range of his arm swinging out far exceeded the previous move, and the momentum was also far greater than the initial slash that broke the horse's back. The qi in Su Fengyan's body circulated, and his acupoints were like golden lotuses. He leaped out of the water and welcomed the slash. Su Fengyan integrated the rising hand shaking Kunlun into his sword move. Just as his figure rose, it fell and sank to the bottom of the water. Then, the entire stream, with the fifth raccoon and Su Fengyan as the central axis, exploded towards the upstream and downstream sides of the stream. The final sound was already transmitted from a few miles away. That central axis had already split open the bank of the stream, leading to the depths of the forest. This slash did not seem like a slow-killing technique. A few days ago, there was a rainstorm in the Ro-Ran mountain range, causing the stream to be deeper than a person's. After Su Fengyan was forced to the bottom of the water by the slash, he disappeared without a trace. The fifth raccoon stepped lightly on the surface of the water, and occasionally slashed down with his slash. The stream, which was originally as calm as a young lady washing clothes, shook violently, soaking the shore. There were even ravines that spread to the shore, and it was a shocking sight. The fifth raccoon was extremely patient, slowly slashing the stream, waiting for the moment when the kid was desperate and wanted to leave the stream. He was also waiting for the next surprise. He believed that this young swordsman still had some trump cards that could save his life. But the fifth raccoon was surprised to find that he seemed to be losing his patience. The matured De Ji-Xian realm had all kinds of mysteries. There was the ability to draw water with a bamboo basket, and also the mirror flower water moon technique. The fifth raccoon frowned. He slashed water 19 again. The stream water was extremely turbid. The fifth raccoon did not plan to waste any more time. Although Su Fengyan, who was escaping in a sorry state like a swimming fish, looked like his life was hanging by a thread, his heart was as calm as still water. Borrowing intent to nurture intent. Closing the sheath to nurture intent was originally Li Chuangong's original creation that made thousands of swordsmen of the younger generation praise. Su Fengyan had to find another way. After practicing the sword, he used the sword intent to nurture the saber intent. Now, there was an even more accurate saying, which was to use its intent to nurture one's own intent. Old man, you slash the stream water. I nurture intent. Chapter 639. August has arrived. This is the first time I'm formally asking for monthly votes in Zongheng. The second volume, Going to Beimang Alone, will definitely come to a successful conclusion this month. In front of her, no one dared to claim to be from a family of spear arts. Wang Xiu's status in the world of spears was like Li Chuangong's status in the way of the sword. The dozen or so Ruran cavalrymen were confident in their superior horsemanship and the outstanding strength of their war horses. They raised their spears at the same time, but the distance between the two sides was extremely close. No matter how excellent the bloodlines and training of the war horses were, they could not charge forward explosively while carrying a heavy armored cavalryman. The two war horses trotted forward at the same time, taking the lead to charge towards the beautiful woman in green. These dozen or so cavalrymen were competitive cavalrymen who had followed their mountain chieftain for many years on the battlefield. They were extremely proficient in dealing with armored soldiers and people of the Jianghu. Two pitch-black metal spears came down from above. One thrust and the other swept. The left thrust towards Bluebird's forehead, while the right swept towards Bluebird's shoulder. Bluebird was once an assassin who would do anything to achieve her goals. After practicing the spear, her method of killing changed completely. It was in line with Wang Xiu's ferocious and demonic spear arts. Especially when Wang Xiu's instant spear was used by a woman like Bluebird, it was even more pleasing to the eye. The instant spear was thrust out. It was clearly a simple and straight thrust, but the spear's body actually bent in a strange arc. The scarlet spear's outer arc collided with the spear that was aimed at the cavalry's forehead. After the collision, the instant spear used the force of the impact to curve again. The tip of the spear instantly changed direction, causing the sweeping spear to be deflected. Then, the instant spear stabbed straight, piercing through the warhorse's head and piercing the chest of the armored soldier on the horse's back. The spear's body bent in an arc, and the spearhead's momentum collapsed, causing the cavalryman's breastplate to explode. He was sent flying into the air, dead before he even landed on the ground. Wang Xiu's collapse word formula hurt people's flesh and blood, as well as their meridians and qi. The chief assassin of Spiderweb, One Willow, could let the sword's qi take root. This kind of insidious swordsmanship was actually comprehended from Wang Xiu's spear arts. Wang Xiu traveled the world with his spear arts. He never gave in when he met enemies, and he was even more ruthless. In the past 20 years in Beimang, there were countless martial artists who studied Wang Xiu's spear arts. Wang Xiu was like a flood dragon in the Yellow River. After his death, the younger generation explored the river and searched for treasures. Bluebird had seen Wang Xiu, a martial arts fanatic, practice the spear since she was young. She was close to him, and she had inherited her father's talent. Her understanding of the four-word formula was far from what outsiders like One Willow could imagine. At that time in Beiliang's martial arts world, the Wang family could always see a little girl in the inner courtyard. Regardless of whether it was cold or hot, she would practice the spear step by step and elbow by elbow. Her hands were full of calluses, and she would constantly pull out a wooden pole. The green bird trembled in the midst of the collision and wrapped itself around an iron spear. The tip of the spear in its hand drew a majestic circle, and a knight's entire head was taken off. She kicked the abdomen of a warhorse that brushed past her, and the rider and horse were thrown 3 to 4 feet away. In the midst of the attack, she tiptoed and dodged the stabbing of the two spears. Her palm slid to the middle of instant, and the spear rotated in a big circle. The big circle had the same arc as Instant's spear, swinging in the air like a horse rope. After the momentum was accumulated to perfection, with Instant as the center of the circle, within 20 steps, 3 riders, including their armor and warhorses, were cut off. Some were cut off at the waist and some were beheaded. Qing Miao continued to charge forward with her back bent. In an instant, she happened to fly beside her hand. She struck out with her spear and stopped 3 inches in front of a knight's face. Before the knight could secretly rejoice that this woman who killed people like scything flax had exhausted her qi, the bystanders only saw his face collapse. It was a horrible sight. Bluebird patted the shaft of her spear lightly, and Instant circled behind her, blocking a sharp iron spear that was chopping down like a knife. The arc could kill people, but it could also be used for defense. With her back facing the rider, she knocked on the spear with both arms, and Instant's spear immediately hit the rider's chest. Bluebird turned around and took a big step back with her right foot. The moment she grasped the rebounded spear, it changed from horizontal to vertical and stabbed a big hole in the abdomen of the pale-faced rider. Bluebird lifted her spear slightly, and the huge force caused the rider, who was still alive, to fly into the sky. She pulled out her spear and poked and stirred again and again, and the armored soldier's corpse exploded. Around her, there were only a few riders who could stand. The remaining few riders looked at each other, and they were all ready to fight to the death. Bluebird looked at the storm on the other side of the stream from the corner of her eyes. She had to kill them faster. Su Beiji even wanted to die. The scholar who didn't believe in ghosts and gods was now grabbed by the 4 arms of an otherworldly creature that looked like a red bat and hung on a big tree far away from the danger zone. Previously, when he looked at it from afar, the red-robed nascent soul always showed its face, and its 4 arms were all tucked into its big sleeves. Now, Su Beiji looked at the compassionate face of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva from a close distance, and he could clearly feel its 4 arms. He silently closed his eyes. He once argued with his grandpa about the annotation of the 7 words, "Confucius does not speak of strange forces and gods." Su Beiji had the same opinion as the Confucians of the past. He translated strange forces and gods into strange forces and rebellions. Su Beiji thought that it should not be simply based on the Confucians' criticism of the school of Moism's worship of ghosts and gods. Strange forces and rebellions were not side by side, but separated. Strange was used as a verb, and gods referred to the mind. At this moment, Su Beiji felt that he had made a big mistake. He was chanting scriptures and mantras. Chapter 640. The otherworldly item didn't pay any attention to the scholar, who looked like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Its happy face looked into the distance as if it was hesitating whether to help or not. The otherworldly item with the green python armor under the wide sleeves of its vermilion robe threw away the burden in its hand and threw Su Beiji to the ground. Its delicate body, which could be considered exquisite even if one didn't look at its 2 faces and 4 arms, slowly floated up until it was above the branch at the top. Its wide sleeves swayed, setting off the snow-white and eye-catching bare feet. Su Beiji coincidentally raised her head and saw this scene. She shuddered even more. Could it really be a ghost that had escaped from Fengdu? Yuanying twisted its neck stiffly. In its vision, there were many soldiers who had abandoned their horses and were advancing up the mountain like a swarm of locusts. The otherworldly item rubbed its belly and burped. Ordinary people burped when they were full, but it only burped when it was hungry. On the stream, Raccoon Diwu sneered, "Let's see how long you can hide." The mountain master of Mount Tibbing was truly enraged. He threw the dragon tendon behind him. When he crushed the horse's back, he pulled out his saber. The scabbard with the golden thread attached to it was left near the dead horse. It was stuck in the ground. With this throw, the dragon tendon returned to its scabbard. Raccoon Diwu wasn't famous for its knife skills. Since it had broken Deng Mao's spear with its bare hands, it was clear that something was wrong. After Raccoon Diwu abandoned its knife, it glanced at the undulating stream downstream and sneered. It no longer floated above the stream and dived into the water like Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan finally appeared. His whole body was soaked, and he was holding the spring and autumn sword with sword aura like the wind. The stream quickly retreated from the top of his head to his waist and knees. In the end, only the water stains were left on the soles of his feet. There was no way out and nowhere to hide. The area occupied by Raccoon Diwu became the dividing line. The stream was blocked by the purple-clothed man and couldn't get close to the line. The turbulent and turbid stream stopped behind him and continued to spread to both sides. The stream was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, like a yellow dragon that could devour people at any time. Su Fengyan did something that made Raccoon Diwu feel strange. He put the spring and autumn sword back into its scabbard. The scabbard meant Raccoon Diwu had something to rely on. The sword returned to its scabbard. Was he in a hurry to reincarnate? Raccoon Diwu ran forward in big strides like thunder. With every step the man took, the stream behind him moved 1 step forward. Su Fengyan retracted his palm with his palm facing inwards and pushed out with his palm facing outwards. The 12 flying swords formed a semicircular sword. It was created with the method of tying the black strands, which gave it the rather resounding name of the lightning pool. Raccoon Diwu, on the other hand, defeated 10 people with 1 strength without any fancy moves. When they were 5 steps apart, it twisted its body sideways and punched fiercely. Su Fengyan used his palm to block the fist that could destroy cities and shake mountains. His feet sunk into the mud until it reached his knees. He used the pagoda holding style and stacked it on the back of his palm. Unexpectedly, he did not evade the punch. Raccoon Diwu's anger overflowed. Pressed down again and again. The mud under Su Fengyan's knees splashed out faster than an arrow. The stream behind Raccoon Diwu swayed violently. Su Fengyan's sword formation condensed and did not disperse. It was not to make an unnecessary attack, but to borrow the sword embryo of the 12 flying swords to support the big yellow courtyard. The man and the sword formation were in harmony. Raccoon Diwu kicked out. The expressionless Su Fengyan's right palm slapped down, while his left palm pushed towards Raccoon Diwu's chest. It did not disperse the kick, nor did it touch Raccoon Diwu's purple clothes. Su Fengyan only dissipated some of the force, but it was in vain as he slid backward. His feet and the knife cut a gully at the bottom of the stream. Without waiting for Su Fengyan to stand still and take a breath, Raccoon Diwu's leg swept towards his neck. Su Fengyan tilted his shoulder and blocked with both hands. Just by looking at the extent of the semicircular sword formation's trembling, one could tell that this kick was powerful. Su Fengyan's entire body sank into the muddy river wall that was as tall as a person. Raccoon Diwu stepped on Su Fengyan's chest and pushed his back a few feet into the muddy wall. He leisurely shook his head and teased. Fortunately, you have 12 flying swords that are not inferior to the Wu family's sword tomb. If you don't take people's heads, can they still be considered flying swords? Raccoon Diwu's hands reached into the air and grabbed. Then his 5 fingers formed a hook. A brand new sword formation that was formed by a thunder pool was torn apart by the enormous force. Su Fengyan did not give him the opportunity to destroy the thunder pool. He knocked Raccoon Diwu with his shoulder. Raccoon Diwu pulled on the sword formation with one hand and waved his other arm horizontally. Su Fengyan's chi dynamic that was sent flying to the side suddenly lost its traction with the sword formation. Raccoon Diwu stomped on the ground and leaped high. He struck with his elbow towards Su Fengyan, who had not yet stabilized his body. A huge pit that was more than 10 feet wide and 10 feet long appeared at the bottom of the river. This was the result of Su Fengyan using Fata Morgana to reduce 80 to 90% of Raccoon Diwu's elbow force. Raccoon Diwu laughed sinisterly. "You dare to challenge me with just this weight?" Raccoon Diwu stood still. He no longer chased after Su Fengyan, who was in a sorry state. He pulled out a mighty stance of a celestial being throwing a cauldron and threw a punch in the air. Su Fengyan's chi dynamic speed climbed to the peak since he started practicing martial arts. Both of his hands drew circles, but he was still unable to completely eliminate the strong wind from this punch. After his body was hit, he bent like a bow. Black blood seeped out from the corner of Su Fengyan's mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "I once whipped a famous horse while drunk." Raccoon Diwu mercilessly unleashed a crushing attack. At the bottom of the river, the purple-clothed swordsman was shining brightly. He continuously attacked and retreated. At the bottom of the river, he had already fought for a distance of 1 li. Raccoon Diwu did not even hear Su Fengyan's next sentence clearly. "I once threw away 1,000 gold coins when I was young." Raccoon Diwu seized an opportunity to grab Su Fengyan's legs and threw him into the river behind him. Su Fengyan's body cut through the turbulent river water. He cut through more than half a li in one breath. Su Fengyan knelt on one knee and flicked the spring and autumn swords scabbard on his back. "I once changed spring and autumn for spring thunder." The spring and autumn sword flew out together with the scabbard and pierced towards a traveling bag. Su Fengyan unsheathed the spring thunder in his hand. After Su Fengyan stood up straight, he bent his knees slightly and put 2 fingers on his right hand together. The tip of the spring thunder in his left hand pointed directly at Raccoon Diwu. "I Sang Shidi kill Xian finger." Chapter 641. The blade in his left hand. The stream flowed down on both sides. The fifth raccoon was like a mainstay. It squinted its eyes at the young swordsman who was accumulating power. According to the mountain master's style of doing things 20 years ago, he should have broken the momentum early and killed him in one fell swoop. However, when the fifth raccoon reached the mysterious finger realm, his vision suddenly became clear. It was as if a long scroll had been opened. The content was to prove immortality. The first part of the scroll asked for immortality. The tail of the scroll pointed to immortality. After flipping through the scroll for more than 10 years, the fifth raccoon was influenced by the realm. There were subtle changes in its temperament and it became calmer. This did not mean that the fifth raccoon was beginning to be good. Instead, it meant that after reaching the mysterious finger realm, there were traces to follow and laws to rely on. Although the fifth raccoon did not know that Su Fengnian was using its dragon tendon streamslash to cultivate the divine will, the fifth raccoon was also waiting for Su Fengnian to help his mysterious finger longevity scroll to check and fill in the gaps. In the eyes of the fifth raccoon, it was a wonderful process of dismembering the divine will and turning it into a move. It was precisely because the one-sleeve green dragon was born from Li Chuangong's two-sleeve green snake was too mysterious that the fifth raccoon was especially patient. Every time it increased its qi, the fifth raccoon would be able to understand it more thoroughly. After that, he would benefit greatly. The fifth raccoon did not kill Bluebird because he wanted the essence of the arc spear. The reason why he kept Su Fengnian alive was because he did not think that an unknown junior would be a threat to him. He slowly lured him and let him use a few trump cards for him to comprehend. Why would the fifth raccoon not do so? The fifth raccoon had comprehended the fishing the moon in a bamboo basket technique that only a few Jinren in the Finger Shin realm could achieve. Simply put, it was a kind of ability to copy a gourd and draw a ladle. To fish the moon in the water, when the bamboo basket was lifted, the water would ripple and the full moon would shatter. However, the fifth raccoon could piece together a small piece of the moon in his psyche. In the 100 years of Jianghu, there were only a handful of people with this kind of talent who could remember everything at a glance. It was not an exaggeration to say that it happened once in 100 years. Wang Xianji from the Martial Emperor City was one of them. So far, no one had heard of a second person. This was also the reason why Wang Xianji had a hobby of watching masters fight before he became famous. When a layman watched a fight between level 1 masters, besides the excitement, what could he see even if he opened his eyes wide? As for the fifth raccoon's shen finger, it was the hard work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Only after reading it 100 times would its meaning be revealed. In addition to its unique talent and various opportunities, only then would it be able to attain shen finger. The saber momentum was like a flood that filled a lake. Fortunately, there was no one watching the battle. Otherwise, the fifth raccoon's next move would definitely stupefy everyone. The fifth raccoon imitated Su Fengnian and bent his knees slightly. He made a saber gesture and pointed it at Su Fengnian. However, the fifth raccoon quickly dispelled the idea of applying what he had just learned. It was not difficult to make it look similar, but it was unexpectedly difficult to make it resemble the spirit. This made the fifth raccoon somewhat puzzled. What kind of saber technique could make him, who was already at the Finger Shin realm, find it difficult to imitate? The fifth raccoon originally thought that a junior who had just entered the Vajra realm would be able to grasp 80% of the spirit easily. It seemed that it had underestimated this brat who cultivated both saber and sword. The moment the fifth raccoon sheathed his saber, the spring thunder saber sleeve green dragon suddenly swept in front of the mountain master of the weapon-raising mountain. It was unclear whether it was a saber technique or a sword intent. The fifth raccoon's eyes was filled with green chi that covered the sky and earth. It had the aura of surging 3,000 miles in one breath. The green dragon's head pounced towards the fifth raccoon. Its body was several hundred feet long. It rolled and charged, bringing with it the muddy yellow stream water. It was just like the green dragon drinking water. Wherever the green dragon went, the stream water would be sucked out of the stream. It either merged with the green dragon's body to make its scales or was swept to the shore. This made the green dragon sleeve green dragon's situation astonishing. Not to mention the lethality, it was full of spirit. The fifth raccoon was secretly surprised and decided to get rid of this brat. This new talent of the Jianghu might be qualified to compete with him for the 10 precious chairs of the 10 people of the world in the future. Controlling a sword was different from controlling a sword that was as different as heaven and earth. However, a normal swordsman who could control a sword for several feet was considered a master. However, there were exceptions. The Wu family's sword tomb had an exaggerated saying of a child controlling a sword to pierce a butterfly. Therefore, to the experienced and knowledgeable fifth raccoon, the Su Fengyan's flying sword to injure people was not considered a shocking technique. However, this green dragon sleeve blade that the fifth raccoon could not copy was a different matter. The fifth raccoon revealed a serious expression for the first time. He extended his palm and blocked the green dragon's head. He only slid back a few feet with his left leg. The green and yellow-green dragon sleeve blade swayed ferociously. The space in front of the fifth raccoon seemed to be swaying in the wind and rain. The fifth raccoon had no choice but to use his left fist to smash the green dragon's head that had condensed its chi. The huge head fell to the bottom of the stream with a loud bang. A deep well was forcefully dug out and the stream water continuously flowed into it. The 3 feet green dragon sword and 3 feet chi. Every time it got closer, it would kill 30 feet. The real killing move was revealed after the fifth raccoon smashed the leaking chi. The spring thunder blade that had been pointed at the fifth raccoon was only 5 feet away. The wide purple robe shook violently. The hair on the fifth raccoon's temples fluttered backwards. His right hand bent 2 fingers and clamped the spring thunder blade's tip. Mysterious finger, mysterious finger. This was the supreme supernatural power of bending one's fingers to knock on longevity. The spring thunder blade in his left hand advanced. Chapter 642. This time, Raccoon Diwu was forced to retreat a few feet. During that time, he tapped the blade more than 100 times. With each tap, the sound of thunder could be heard from somewhere near the two of them. In the blink of an eye, there were 100 claps of thunder. Raccoon Diwu flicked his finger and tapped on the spring thunder every time. He tapped on the longevity and tapped on the gaps in Su Fengyan's chi circulation. As long as there was a trace, Raccoon Diwu would be able to seize the opportunity. Not only would he be unable to discard his blade, but he would also be able to break all of his meridians and shatter all of his acupoints. What made Raccoon Diwu shocked was that the young man in front of him was not only unconventional in the way of the sword, his blade was even more ferocious. The crucial point was that his chi circulation was abundant to an unimaginable degree. Raccoon Diwu, who was a late bloomer, admitted that at the young man's age, his chi circulation was not even half complete. With a flick of his finger, Raccoon Diwu was unable to grasp the slightest flaw. This made Raccoon Diwu furious. He glared and shouted. He no longer blocked the spring thunder blade head-on. Su Fengyan, who had his eyes closed all this time, twisted his wrist. The spring thunder spun in his left palm and slashed at Raccoon Diwu's waist. 1 life for 1 life. Su Fengyan dared to do it, but Raccoon Diwu was not willing to do it. Raccoon Diwu's body twisted like a loose coil. However, the punch that had lost most of its sharpness still smashed onto Su Fengyan's head. At the same time, Su Fengyan returned the punch. His body swayed like a bell on Mount Wudong. He did not fall and took the opportunity to step on Raccoon Diwu's chest again. This time, compared to the first time, it was much more ferocious. The purple-clothed mountain master, who had been strolling leisurely, was also kicked to the point that her body became unstable. Su Fengyan, who had his eyes closed, retreated a few steps. He did not suffer any serious injuries. This was all thanks to the golden lotus nurtured by the great yellow courtyard. 108 golden lotuses bloomed at once. 54 golden lotuses withered in an instant. 54 golden lotuses bloomed in an instant. Raccoon Diwu had the mentality of not sitting in the hall. He did not think that he would put himself in danger. Su Fengyan, on the other hand, was truly going all out from the very beginning. The reason why the longevity lotus could bloom again was because Su Fengyan had risked his life to nurture it. Spring lightning was no longer in his hand, but the next move did not require him to hold a sword. Su Fengyan gently pressed his hands down. The spring thunder behind the fifth raccoon floated up. The earth emitted killing intent, winding for 6,000 li. Neither the man nor the spring thunder saber moved, but Raccoon Diwu continued to throw out punches. The scene was absurd. There were some people and some things that were not mentioned, but that did not mean that they had been forgotten. Oftentimes, only things that could be easily spoken of would fade away. Su Fengyan was not the kind of rich and powerful son who was shrewd from the start. He was also not the kind of son of a feudal lord who understood the hardships of others from the start. There was the cultured and refined Qin Jibao, the flattering Chu Lushan, the serious Yuan Zuozong, and so on. Other than these people who surrounded Su Xiao in Beiliang Palace, there were many unfathomable faces that made Su Fengyan hide behind Su Xiao. Only the two old men who made the cold-hearted Su Fengyan feel grateful from the bottom of his heart had passed away. Old Huang, who lacked front teeth and loved drinking rice wine, did not have the chance to know how Li Chungang was when he was young. Before leaving the city, Old Huang seemed to have already known that he would not be able to return to the martial emperor city. At that time he talked a lot, including one sentence, "Young master, I, Old Huang, am not as good as other great swordsmen. I only know 9 sword moves. 6 of them were comprehended before I died. In fact, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to drink rice wine. Otherwise, I'm thinking that I haven't married in this life, so it's a waste for me to come to this world. At that time, I was always afraid that there would be no one to toast at my grave. This time, it's different. Why do I feel that the sword competition is worth it?" At that time, Su Fengyan mentioned it, saying how unlucky it was. Old Huang grinned, missing his front teeth. Su Fengyan was more afraid of death than anyone else. If he died, would he still need the old Su Xiao to visit his grave? Li Chungang broke 1,000 armor with 1 sword move at Guangling River. After that, he escorted Su Fengyan back to Beiliang. On the way, Su Fengyan asked the old man who he had fought the most dangerous battle of his life. At that time, the one-armed old man was sitting in the carriage and scratching his feet. He thought for a while and pointed to his arm. However, he did not say the name of that person. He just smiled and digressed, "Young Master Su, remember this old man's words. When you are about to die, don't think about life and death." These 2 old men who had climbed to the top of Jianghu had gradually been forgotten. It was like every spring festival, when the old talismans were replaced by new peaches on the doors of every household. Su Fengyan slowly opened his eyes. Between the Yin realm and the Yang realm, there was a leisurely exchange of qi. He once saw with his own eyes a celestial being leaving his body in a dream at night on the peak of a mountain. He also once stood between a dragon and a python. He once said that he wanted to slay a dragon and a celestial being. Li Chungang said that when he first picked up a sword, he knew that he would become the world's top swordsman. Su Fengyan used 6 years of his life in exchange for a blade. The great python swallowed the sky. The world was silent, and the stream flowed slowly. The 5th raccoon slowly lowered its head. The tip of a blade was an inch out of its chest. Su Fengyan, with black blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, pulled out the spring thunder saber. He turned the tip of the saber and held the 5th raccoon's neck with one hand. One blade, another blade, another blade. Again and again, he repeatedly stabbed the 5th raccoon's body. Chapter 643. As expected of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Finger Xian realm. Other than the near-fatal strike that pierced through the heart, the 5th raccoon's expression did not change at all in the following strikes. He merely looked down indifferently at the young man who seemed to be possessed by the devil. However, the 5th raccoon's Vajra physique was destroyed by the initial strike. The tricky part was that it was similar to a willow branch bursting with murderous intent. The 5th raccoon's boundless inner energy was unable to gather the scattered qi in a short period of time. It was as if the sword immortal had carved out several ravines and diverted them. Furthermore, the 5th raccoon's later strikes were all meticulous. They were all aimed at the key acupuncture points, like a river flowing in and diverting the flow, digging a few large wells. Although the 5th raccoon did not show any signs of weakness, he knew that he had truly failed miserably this time. The mountain master of troop raising mountains said hoarsely, "How did the last strike come about?" Su Fengyan looked coldly at the Finger Xian realm expert. He did not say anything and only gave him another strike. This strike was not easy to come by. It was unimaginable to outsiders. He borrowed Li Chuangong's 2 sleeves green snake and sword to open the gate of heaven, borrowed Old Huang's 9 swords, borrowed Dong Tai and the devil Luo Yang from the battle outside Dunhuang, borrowed Dragon Tree Monk's lion's roar in the canyon, and even borrowed dragon slaying in his dream on the mountaintop that night. Everything he had seen with his own eyes was integrated into that strike. When the Longhu celestial master Zhao Shituan visited Beiliang Palace for the first time, he had privately told Su Fengyan his fortune. However, he did not say anything outright. He only said that if His Royal Highness did not meet with a calamity, it would not be a problem for him to live for 60 years. Su Fengyan didn't really believe in these prophecies, but for someone who was most familiar with the pros and cons of going against the flow of the Great Yellow Court, Su Fengyan weighed this knife in his mind. He was afraid that he would lose about 6 years of his lifespan, which was originally 60 years. This made Su Fengyan, who never made a losing deal, think about it and give the 5th raccoon another knife. You and I both know very well that you can only leave the Ran mountain range alive if you do not kill me. That's because 800 armored soldiers have already ascended the mountain. Even if you are possessed by a sword immortal, you will not be able to slay the Ran garrison's constant stream of 6,000 cavalry. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you haven't taken my life yet. Su Fengyan grinned and poked another vital acupuncture point on the purple-clothed man. The 5th raccoon, who was being held by the neck, was really powerful. Even in such a situation, he still looked like an expert who was sure to win. This kind of determination was really creepy. Blood dripped from the corner of the 5th raccoon's mouth. With a calm expression, he said, "I can promise you that I will not take revenge today. Once you leave the Ran mountain range, I will send people to hunt you down." The 5th raccoon did not say any of those lofty words about letting bygones be bygones, nor did he boast about keeping his promises. However, it was precisely because of these straightforward words that, in a situation where they were mortal enemies, that it was somewhat convincing. Su Fengyan raised his head and asked, "You don't believe that I'll stab you in the heart again?" The 5th raccoon remained silent as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Fengyan stopped but did not retract his blade. He said self-deprecatingly, "There's no such thing as an opportunist in this world. I know that you also have the means to avoid death or to trade a life for a life, but you're the mountain master of the army banishing mountain. You have a high position and authority, not to mention the possibility of touching the threshold of Earth Immortal, so don't think about dying together with a small character like me. This isn't a good deal at all. As for me, I'll still stab you without hesitation. You're a magnanimous person, so please forgive me. Otherwise, once you reconnect your chi-ji, I won't be a match for you no matter what." The 5th raccoon laughed until he started coughing. However, he still nodded his head, displaying the bearing of an ambitious and ruthless person. Su Fengyan lamented in his heart. Could he not be so infuriating that he could still talk and laugh after suffering such a heavy injury? While lamenting, he gently released his grip and allowed the 5th raccoon to land on the ground. However, the spring thunder blade had already pierced into the purple-clothed man's juk acupuncture point, and he did not plan to pull it out. Only by doing so could Su Fengyan be at ease. If not for the fact that they were in the 5th raccoon's territory, Su Fengyan would have pierced through all the acupuncture points on this fellow's body. The otherworldly nascent soul had returned while rubbing its belly. Its mouth was scarlet red, but it was the blood of the Ruran soldiers. It looked like it had eaten its fill. It carried Su Beiji back from the forest. Blue Bird put away the luggage and carried it on her back. The 3 great Qin steel swords were also returned to their sheaths. Caution is the parent of safety. Su Fengyan put away the 9 flying swords in his sleeves. The 3 Taya Morning Dew golden strands of sword embryo were nailed into the 5th raccoon's 3 major acupuncture points, the Xuanji Dovetail Divine Watchtower. Together with the Spring Thunder Blade, they completely suppressed the 5th raccoon's chi-si. The mountain lord of the army carrying mountain smiled faintly. He did not resist and allowed this cautious young man to lay out his plan. The more composed the 5th raccoon, whose luxurious purple clothes were in tatters, was, the more cautious Su Fengyan became. Without needing Su Fengyan to say anything, The fifth raccoon waved his hand and signaled the soldiers surrounding them to retreat. The group descended the mountain and walked to the foot of the mountain. The mountain lord of the army carrying mountain's retainers brought over 4 warhorses according to the fifth raccoon's order. After confirming that they had not been tampered with, Su Fengyan and the fifth raccoon rode on the same horse. Then they asked for 4 more warhorses from the Ruran cavalry. Blue Bird and the otherworldly item Su Beiji each rode a warhorse and followed closely behind. The fifth raccoon had no intention of letting the Ruran cavalry tail them. He ordered this cavalry troop that had been attacked by the otherworldly item to stay at the foot of the mountain. He urged his horse to gallop down south. Chapter 644. Diwu Raccoon seemed to be on a leisurely journey as he laughed softly. Wang Xiu got a daughter at an old age and took in Chen Jibao, a closed-door disciple. To be able to get Wang Xiu's daughter to work for you and your endless tricks, even learning Li Chuangong's 2-sleeved green snake so skillfully, I can more or less guess your identity. In Beiliang, it's really hard to find a second person like you. You really are Rentu's son, Su Fengyan. Perhaps to express his sincerity, Diwu Raccoon didn't even reach out to wipe the blood off. Liang Mang and Liang have been spreading rumors about how you're a rotten person on the inside. It must have been hard to hide all these years, right? To be honest, although you and I are already irreconcilable, if I could have met you earlier, I would have rather married K.Er to you. The battle at the bottom of the stream opened my eyes. To me, the loss was a grievance, but it wasn't really a grievance. Su Fengyan's tone was flat. The ride was bumpy and you even had a knife in your body. Even if you're the big shin finger, wouldn't it be better to speak less and suffer less? The burly purple robe said, "This bit of suffering is nothing. I rarely ask the same question twice, but I'm really curious about that last knife of yours." Su Fengyan, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, didn't pay attention to this at all. He frowned and asked, "You didn't even take the eye of a 6-year-old slave? Are you really going to generously let me leave the southern foot of the Ruran mountain?" Diwu Raccoon's face was full of ridicule, his tone colder. "Why would I need to play tricks with you? A loss is a loss." Su Fengyan asked, "Aren't you afraid that once we reach a secluded place, I'll completely end your life?" Diwu Raccoon laughed. "Su Fengyan? Oh, Su Fengyan, if you really dare, why don't you give it a try?" Su Fengyan laughed along with him. "Forget it. It's said that those who don't know the mysteries don't know the mysteries. A top-notch expert like you has all kinds of strange methods. Earlier, when I was certain to die, I naturally dared to risk my life against you. Now that I have a chance to live, I'm not willing to drag the emperor down from his horse." The fifth raccoon clicked its tongue and said, "The hereditary king of Beiliang, Su Fengyan, how am I going to kill you in the future?" Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "Are you regretting it?" The fifth raccoon looked at the rare green and yellow rice fields in Beimang on both sides of the road and said softly, "It's more interesting to kill them like that. Don't forget that I'm also the general of Beimang. From the Ruran Mountains to the Beiliang border, it's practically a flat stretch of land." Suddenly the fifth raccoon said, "I heard that at the end of the Lianggan corridor, close to the Western Highlands, there is a group of 60,000 barbarians with a complicated composition. They have always refused to be educated. They carry their swords and mount their horses. That year they were all banished by the poisonous warrior Li Yishan." Su Fengyan was puzzled and asked, "What are you trying to say?" The fifth raccoon fell into deep thought. The horses galloped for the whole night without stopping. When the sun rose, they could no longer see the fertile land of the Ruran Mountains. All they could see was desolation. Su Fengyan finally stopped his horse and looked back. The fifth raccoon, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. Su Fengyan held his spring thunder and dismounted with the fifth raccoon. He asked, "Shall we part here?" The fifth raccoon said indifferently, "Okay, we part here. Let me ask you a question. It's up to you to answer or not. I'll tell you everything I know. After I pull out my dagger, if I go back on my word and come back to kill you, what are the odds of both of us winning? With your skills, Wang Xiu's daughter's arc spear, and the otherworldly item in the red robe, you have a high chance of killing a heavily injured Xianji who doesn't have a cavalry to protect him. Then what about the 3 foreign dignitaries of the army raising mountain who are secretly following you? You know about them? The 5th raccoon, whose secret was exposed, laughed loudly. Even this way we can part on good terms. Su Fengyan also laughed. Could it be that they wanted to forget their enmity with a smile? With his back facing Su Fengyan, the 5th raccoon's eyes gradually turned red and purple. However, the circulation of his breath did not change at all. The leader of the army raising mountain, who had never suffered such humiliation in his life, had endured it all the way. How could he not give the future king of Bailiang a parting gift? He wanted to step into the Shenji realm with one foot and enter the celestial phenomenon realm with the other. Compared to the head of the future king of Bailiang, the legacy of the fake realm was not that unacceptable. The 3 foreign dignitaries who were following him were nothing more than a smokescreen to make everyone look happy on the surface. The 5th raccoon was waiting for the moment when Su Fengyan pulled out his dagger to take a breath. As expected, Su Fengyan slowly pulled out his spring thunder. As soon as the spring thunder left his body, without waiting for Su Fengyan to retrieve the 3 flying swords, the Taya Morning Dew golden strands took the initiative to explode out of his body. The 5th raccoon's hair was disheveled. He stretched out his arms and laughed loudly. He had a kind of invincible conceit. Even if he was at the fake realm of celestial phenomenon, it was more than enough to deal with the 3 of them. Su Fengyan said softly, "Longevity lotus, bloom." In the blink of an eye, the 5th raccoon's purple eyes turned golden. Thunder suddenly roared between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky. The 5th raccoon's chi was turbulent. He was completely out of control. He could only slowly and stiffly turn his head with difficulty. "Give me another incense stick's time." The leader of the army raising mountain could temporarily transcend mortality and become a fake realm of earth immortal. Su Fengyan smiled sinisterly as he walked forward. The spring thunder blade slashed at the 5th raccoon's neck. He slowly cut off the head. The red-robed otherworldly item had already floated behind the 5th raccoon. It bit the neck of the headless man in purple and frantically absorbed his cultivation. Su Fengyan cut off the head. It was a relief. What's the big deal about the fake realm of celestial phenomenon? I'll shrink my big yellow lotus into a longevity seed and implant it in one of your acupuncture points. I'll decide when the flower will bloom. Isn't this directly sending you to the fake realm of Earth Immortal? Isn't this a great gift? On the Roran Mountain, if you were willing to let your profound finger drop to the Vajra realm instead of forcefully entering heavenly phenomenon, choosing the former between a false realm that has both advantages and disadvantages and a drop in realm that has no benefits, I'm afraid I would have died on the mountain. So what if you're a mysterious finger expert? You think you can come up with a foolproof plan and not suffer any losses? I've already sacrificed 6 years of my lifespan. Even the big yellow lotus is gone. 5th raccoon, if you don't deserve to die, who should? Su Fengyan muttered to himself. He looked at the head in his hand and then at the floating otherworldly item whose red robe was fluttering in the wind. There was one less mysterious finger expert in the world. There was one more mysterious finger expert. At the same time, Su Fengyan's realm dropped. However, he did not drop from the initial stage of Great Vajra to the second stage. Instead, he fell to the fake mysterious finger realm. Chapter 645. The otherworldly item, which had absorbed Raccoon Diwu's cultivation, suddenly received a great fortune. Its joyful face actually had some spiritual aura. It rolled up its sleeves and its body flew backward. Like a big red bat, the otherworldly item in the red robe flew toward the 3 foreign dignitaries of Troop Raising Mountain who were hiding in the distance. Su Beiji could only hear extremely tragic tearing sounds and howls of grief. Su Beiji witnessed this inexplicable deathmatch with his own eyes. It was as if he had fallen into the clouds. There were too many problems piled up one after another, making it hard for him to breathe. Su Beiji saw that Su Fengyan was on the verge of collapsing. Blue Bird flew behind him. She didn't support him and only stood back to back. Her body slightly leaned forward so that Su Fengyan wouldn't fall to the ground. Su Beiji's heart was filled with sorrow. Where could he find such a pair of master and servant again? With his back against Blue Bird, Su Fengyan stretched out his hand to wipe away the dirty blood that was as dark as thick ink on his face. He didn't try to circulate his qi to treat his injuries in vain. The big yellow courtyard was no longer there. As the primer for immortality was implanted into Raccoon Diwu's body, it was now empty. Just as he was about to say something, the spring thunder saber in his left hand gently fell to the ground. Before Su Fengyan fainted, he still couldn't tell Bluebird to be careful of that otherworldly item. He didn't know how much time had passed. Su Fengyan was half asleep and half awake. In a trance, he only felt that he was in a small pond filled with lotuses. Unfortunately, they were only withered old lotuses. Otherwise, looking at the purple and golden petals on the lotus leaves and the pond full of blooming lotuses, it would definitely be a pleasant sight. Only then did Su Fengyan remember that it was autumn. He only knew that he was in the lotus pond, but he did not know whether he was sitting cross-legged in the water or floating on top of the pond. It was as if his 7 souls and 6 spirits were like a pond of withered lotuses. Su Fengyan stared aimlessly at the pond. During this period, there was heavy rain of soybeans in the early autumn, wind in the late autumn blowing the lotus leaves, and then heavy snow in the winter. The lotus leaves in the pond were all destroyed. Finally, when spring came, Su Fengyan saw a lotus slowly rising from the empty and lonely pond. There was only a small purple lotus. Although it was only a small flower bone and was far from budding, Su Fengyan was sincerely happy. He remembered the joy of hanging a new peach talisman when he was young. When he first entered Bailiang, the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Clan Office pushed each other to the side. They were not even willing to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver as a token. Su Shao used his own money to build a large-scale vassal manor on Qingliang. When the vassal manor was completed, the contents of the Spring Festival couplets were written by Li Yishan and then written by Su Fengyan. The couplets that left the deepest impression on him were the 6 words, Jia, Changchun, Qing, and Yu. Su Fengyan stared blankly at the flower bud that was swaying in the breeze, but it refused to bloom. Su Fengyan waited and waited until he had a splitting headache. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was no longer a small pond and a lone lotus. All he saw was Bluebird's haggard face. Seeing His Royal Highness waking up, Bluebird's eyes that had lost their moisture regained a trace of life. Su Fengyan found himself lying on a hard plank bed with 2 sheets. Bluebird said softly, "Young master, we have already passed through Jintoad province. But Su Beiji said that we could not go straight south, so we took a detour. Now we are on Yanjia Lake that borders Gusai and Longyi provinces." Su Fengyan asked, "How many days have I slept?" Bluebird said mournfully, 6 days and 6 nights. Su Fengyan let out a long breath. His entire body was sore and aching. It was good that he was still in pain. It was a good sign. Fortunately, he did not immediately become a cripple. Su Fengyan sat up. Bluebird helped him put on his outer robe. Su Fengyan walked out of the cabin and stood in the corridor, holding onto the railing. "I know what you are thinking. Are you blaming yourself for causing me to provoke the 5th raccoon? Actually, there is no need for that. It's like a person who has never had a small illness or disaster. If he really gets sick, he probably won't be able to get through it after just one time. It's not as long as those fellows who often get sick all year round. Besides, before I entered Baimang, I had thought of raising my blade all the way until I could finally use it on a finger profound realm expert. Killing a devil Xieling whose realm had dropped wasn't satisfying enough." Bluebird did not say anything. Su Fengyan also knew that he was good at being harsh and sarcastic. Comforting others was really lame. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. I am now at the finger profound realm." Bluebird's hand, which had been carefully preparing to support Su Fengyan's frail body, trembled. Once one entered the finger profound realm, it often meant that one would never be able to comprehend the true profound realm for the rest of their lives. One could fish up the moon with a bamboo basket in the finger profound realm, but the finger profound realm was like drawing water with a bamboo basket in the finger profound realm. Chapter 646. Su Fengyan was too lazy to report only the good news and not the bad news. He said honestly, "Logically speaking, I have the great yellow court and the favor of the dragon tree monk. I have already entered the path of the Great Vajra. Losing the Great Yellow Court is the same as losing the Great Vajra. It is more accurate to say that rising in level is falling in level. The disadvantage of false level is that it is extremely difficult to go from false level to true level. But we have to be content with what we have. What's wrong with a fake realm? In any case, it's still a fake realm of the profound realm. Even that awe-inspiring Prime Minister Zhao Danping in the capital hasn't reached this realm yet. If the Great Yellow Court is gone, I think it might be possible to rise again. Rank 1 has 4 levels. Buddhism's Vajra invincibility, Taoism's longevity, Confucianism's resonance of heaven and earth, and then there is the land immortal. For normal martial artists, the 4 levels are ascending in order. There are few freaks who can jump out of the level. The people of the 3 religions are much less restrained and do not like to call themselves demigods. Whether it is a rise in level or a fall in level, I have found a path. Even if it is a wrong path, I want to walk it to the end and see what the end is like. Taking 10,000 steps back, Su Xiao is just a second-grade martial artist who can't be put on the stage. Some time ago, I had an argument with Su Beiji, and neither of us was convinced. In fact, in my heart, I also think that what he said is right. One has to rely on strategy to be the prince of Northern Liang. Since he does not have the ability to go to the 2 palaces and take the heads, there is not much meaning. Su Beiji was standing not far away. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I think you are right. There is no harm in having more skills." Su Fengyan asked, "Are we going this way?" Su Beiji said in a low voice, "Yanjia Lake Navy. The general is my grandfather's trusted disciple. I was going to Beiliang alone and had to pass through here." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Yanjia Lake Navy. This is the Beimang Empress plan for the south in the future. In the confrontation between the north and south, it has always been about guarding the river, guarding the Huai, and guarding the Jiang River. 2 of them have to do with the navy. Indeed, we should prepare for a rainy day." Su Beiji's eyes lit up when he heard about the 3rd guard. "Unfortunately," Su Fengyan said unhappily, "I don't have the energy to talk to you right now. Besides, the 3rd guard strategy was developed by my 2nd sister. If you have any ideas, go argue with her when you get to Beiliang." Su Beiji smiled and said, "I have long heard that the heir Junju of the Su family has a bellyful of military strategy. Her poetry and literature are even more heroic, without any feminine air. I admire you very much." Su Fengyan joked, "Let me give you a reminder. If you really meet my eccentric 2nd sister, don't say such things. Be careful that you don't get killed by her sword." Su Beiji accepted his kind intentions and looked at the lake. He sighed and said, "My grandfather has always believed that the key to Beimang's future is to see whether Dongzhuo or Hong Jingyan is to become the next Tuoba. This time, the sudden death of Raccoon Diwu at your hands has solved Dongzhuo's urgent problem and eliminated his worries. After the battle at Huluku, Dongzhuo was bound to have a rift with Raccoon Diwu. Raccoon Diwu once said that as long as he was alive, Dongzhuo, as his son-in-law, could forget about extending his hands into Mount Tibing and the Ruren Mountains. Now, in order to appease Dongzhuo, who has lost about 7,000 bodyguards, and in addition to the fact that she has always wanted to nurture a capable youth faction in the south, I reckon that the 26,000-strong cavalry from the Ruren 5 towns will all belong to Dongzhuo. Dongzhuo has always lacked heavy cavalry. With the Ruren cavalry, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Su Beiji, if Dongzhuo wants to wrestle with Beiliang, I'm afraid it will take a few more years, right?" Su Beiji stared and said, "A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries." Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. "You're right." Su Beiji felt like he had punched cotton. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to the cabin to continue reading history. Su Fengyan leaned on the railing and saw an old-fashioned golden face staring at him. Su Fengyan extended his hand and knocked on its forehead. He smiled and said, "At least you still have some conscience. You didn't burn the bridge after crossing the river, nor did you add insult to injury." The otherworldly item stuck to the wall of the warship grinned. Such a lively and human-like expression gave Su Fengyan a fright. Su Fengyan asked, Since you didn't leave, it means that I'm still a decent, nourishing ingredient. There's still potential to be discovered? Good, good. By the way, do you really want to go to Bailiang with me? The Yuanying of the otherworldly item, who had reached the peak of the arcane finger realm, nodded stiffly. Su Fengyan smiled and said, I've been scheming against Raccoon Diwu. It's called evil people will be dealt with by evil people. But we're different. We're both straightforward people. Let me tell you something. As long as you escort me back to Bailiang, I'll give you the great Qin dynasty's green python armor. From now on, you can treat Bailiang Palace as your new nest. What do you think? The otherworldly item that had yet to speak seemed to want to use the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to change its happy appearance. Su Fengyan stopped it and laughed. Don't turn around. It's daytime and it's scary. It's fine as long as I know the answer. The four-armed otherworldly item leisurely slid down the hull of the warship. Its vermilion robe disappeared in the lake. Su Fengyan turned around and leaned on the railing. He saw Blue Bird's gloomy face. Obviously, she was jealous of the otherworldly item. Su Fengyan almost wanted to laugh out loud. However, he knew that she was shy, so he didn't expose her. He held back his laughter and asked, Have you collected Raccoon Diwu's head? Blue Bird nodded. Su Fengyan stretched his body. This trip to Baimang was a bit miserable. We were chased from time to time, but we also gained a lot. This warship, which was as large as the Spring God Lake's Yellow Dragon warship, slowly sailed to the southern end of Yanjia Lake. 3 days later, at night, a young man with a head full of white hair stood at the bow of the warship. Su Beiji sighed in the distance. Blue Bird was sitting in the cabin. There was a Xana spear lying on the table. The young master had just turned 20, but his hair was already as white as snow. Although Su Fengyan hadn't looked at himself in the bronze mirror, he knew that he had changed. However, for the past 3 days, his expression was normal and his heart was as calm as still water. His black hair had turned white. This should be the aftereffects of losing the Great Yellow Courtyard and killing the fake celestial fifth raccoon. It looked a bit strange, but compared to losing 6 years of his lifespan, it didn't hurt at all. He had even joked with Blue Bird that he could always get it back. If he couldn't get it back, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming the king of Bailiang in the future. His hair was already as white as her ancestors, so how could he not be reliable? If he really couldn't do it, it would be easy to use the best dye to blacken his hair. Su Fengyan quietly looked at the moonlit lake. He believed that after stopping the warship, there wouldn't be too many waves. He could turn all the way to the southern part of the Dragon Waste and return to the Bailiang Palace before winter. Su Fengyan said softly, Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossoms, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, yellow tongue, swan yu, gold thread, tai. It was like a general calling out brave soldiers on a general's platform. The 12-sword embryos flew out of his sleeves and hovered in the air. Dong Tai, who was already in the sword celestial realm but was still the most mysterious, would probably be shocked by Su Fengyan's godly speed of sword nurturing. Chapter 647. From the beginning to the end, Su Fengyan did not see the Yanjia Lake Navy commander. After getting off the boat, he sat in a carriage from Jianling Army Town in Longyao Province. Su Fengyan lifted the curtain and saw a strong lieutenant of unknown identity appear at the bow of the boat. Su Beiji, who was in the same carriage as him, looked away along the curtain and said softly, There is a Yanjia Lake cavalry escort us to Wantong City in the north of Maolong. We will take the road openly. Su Fengyan leaned against the wall of the carriage. On his lap was the spring thunder dagger that could only be unsheathed. Blue Bird with Cha Na on her back had already put on her armor and blended into the cavalry. Su Beiji said slowly, Maolong has become a new frontier in the confrontation between the north and the south of Liangmang. After Dong Zhuo withdrew from the mouth of the gourd, no one was willing to throw their lives away. Only Huang Songpu asked Empress Morong to send an urgent report 800 miles away to lead the troops as reinforcements. Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, the two great generals, were still observing. Huang Songpu's power was no longer the same as before. Nominally, he was the king of the southern courtyard in charge of 400,000 troops in the southern dynasty. Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan did not need to raise their heads, and even Dong's 60,000 bodyguards were completely unruly. This time, Huang Songpu completely put down his face and used the precious favors he had accumulated over many years to mobilize 90,000 elite cavalry. It was so difficult to be a great general in the Southern Dynasty. If you did not lead the troops, everyone would be willing to be kind to you and worship you like a bodhisattva. If you really had the military power, they would stab you in the back and hope that you would lose the battle and lose all your capital. This kind of bad habit was brought along by the remnants of the spring and autumn period. In recent years, there has been a saying in the imperial tent that the Southerners cannot be generals. If not for Empress Murong's suppression, and Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan did not want the Northerners to interfere with the Southern affairs, they would have sent secret reports. Finally, they did not drag the Southern Dynasty down. Otherwise, Huang Songpu would not have had the chance to confront the Beiliang cavalry. Su Fengyan saw a scroll in Su Beiji's hand. He took a look and smiled strangely. Su Beiji also smiled and said tirelessly, "A young Taoist from the Taoist mansion of Taoist of Mount Longhu made up the scripture of transformation of Laozi. Is said Taoist from the Taoist mansion of Taoist master of Taoist mansion in Mount Longhu mountain." The intention was a trick, but the writing was quite good. Maybe it was Mr. White Lotus, who was given the title by the emperor of the Zhao family, who wrote it himself. Now that the holy monk of the dragon tree has passed away and the monk in white has not said anything, the two Zen temples are in a mess. The group of Taoist Qing Ci in the palace knows how to help each other better than the monks. Plus, the sick tiger Yang Taisui has not shown up for a long time. I think the Beimang's Buddha annihilation is more brutal than your Liang dynasty. Not to mention other things, the fact that there is only one temple left in each province and county is enough to make the famous temples in the same province and county fight among themselves. Su Fengyan said calmly, "Who asked the Buddhist sect not to have the same surname as the emperor of Mount Longhu? Who asked the scholars to flee for their lives during the spring and autumn war? Who asked the Liang dynasty to take control of the overall situation and start to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Besides, only in this way can the esoteric Buddhism of the Western region see the hope of infiltrating the Central Plains. Only when Prince Zhao Kai crossed the Sword Garret and entered the plateau with the vase can he retreat unscathed and return with meritorious service. In this way, Beiliang's northern front is suppressed by Beimang, and Gu Jiantong's former subordinates are involved in the eastern and southern fronts. Plus, there is the western region which has been flirting with the imperial court, so we have enemies on all sides. Beiliang has suffered a great loss. Perhaps my master's many foreshadowing will be in vain." Su Beiji did not ask Beiliang about the layout of the retreat. He only smiled and asked, "Is Beiliang a western Pure Land?" Su Fengyan shook his head softly and said, "This weakness is too big. Su Shao can't openly oppose the imperial court. At most, he will turn a blind eye to the monks who fled into the country. This is already the greatest protection. Besides, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. No matter how big the temple in Beiliang is, it can't accommodate two monks chanting scriptures. The Buddhist sect of the western region has completely cut ties with Beiliang. This may be the reason why Zhang Julu pretended to be deaf and mute about the matter of eliminating Buddhism. He did not want to bear the evil reputation, but he wanted to take the benefits. As long as he can make Beiliang uncomfortable, he will do whatever he wants. If you don't ask, I can tell you. The western region and Shuzhou were originally the two dens of the cunning rabbit that my family worked hard to create. Now one of them will be missing." Su Beiji frowned and said, "Whether that illegitimate son Zhao Kai can succeed is still uncertain." Su Fengyan still shook his head. "I dealt with him during my second journey and almost died at his hands. He is very cunning. With him in charge of the western region, he is like a new vassal king. Beiliang will definitely be unhappy." Su Beiji smiled and said playfully, "Beiliang's big yellow sect Jean Lanting. Wasn't it your father who personally promoted him to become an official in the capital? How can he bite back?" His death remonstrance may seem trivial, but in my opinion, it is far more ruthless than the old minister's bitter tears. Although he no longer has an official position, he has amazed the people in the imperial court with a single brilliant feat. Everyone in the court praises him. and some people even call him Jin Qingtian. It seems that Zhang Julu also has the intention to cultivate him. The Yan family became a relative of the imperial family, and the Jin family will be next. They will be able to take root in the capital in a few years. You Bailiang people are just a bunch of ingrates, but you all have good endings. Su Fengyan glanced at Su Beiji and sneered. Scholars all want to serve the imperial court. Have you heard of a few old Bailiang soldiers turning around and cursing Su Shao? Su Beiji was speechless.